What's up, bro? How you doing? I am back home. Bye-bye. What's up, Shrieking Josh? He's going savage. Life is dress up, and people typically do not engage what they do not understand, and that tends to allow oneself to follow the thoughts that one so chooses. Bob, Bob, Bob. What's up, Eat Boy? Great to see you. Thanks for being here. Thanks for coming back. How to stay positive. How to stay positive in the mind amidst the world of folly. When we go see a movie, read a book, do something adventurous, do something fun, our mind is not on everyday problems. We have a vacation. We have a vacation and we're not thinking about problems. So the idea is to take that vacation mindset with you everywhere you go. Your life is your vacation. And you're not working, you're building. That's the way I put it into my own mind. Somebody asked if I'm okay. I'm doing pretty good. I would say yes. We do have our GoFundMe uh, linked in the bio here on YouTube. So if you would like to donate anything, you totally can. Essentially, I'm just trying to keep a roof over my head, and I enjoy coming and sharing a bit of divine wisdom, divine knowledge, sharing some high magic, some prayers, some healing, some encouragement. And essentially, that's what I do with my time. Um, about a month plus ago, I was coming on 9 hours a day, every single day, back to back to back to back to back. And I was doing that before I started broadcasting on YouTube, and those recordings are still available. And so, what do I do? What do I do? Do I just sit around all day? Well, for what the body is measured in, really kind of cannot see what the mind is up to. So, no, I do not just sit around all day. There's some days that's what you would think is happening. But generally speaking, I like to be active. So there is going to be a point in the future where, as has been the idea, ah, there we go. They're staying positive amidst all the negativity that one comes across in the world. This is the importance of meditation and the information that I share, the words of power, and staying in harmony and in tunage in one's own direction of life. To stop becoming the effect and start becoming the cause. In a pinball machine, you can hit that pinball and it can go hit a portion of the game that does not move. It stands solid. No matter what hits it, it stands solid. It does not move. Other things in that game, in a pinball machine, are moving and they create friction, bounce back, push back, and all kinds of things that light up the machine and create noise that in the moment a person is saying, "Yay, this is awesome." And though long after the incident, which somebody has encountered somebody such as that pinball machine, they leave with excessive energy that they don't want. Lights are still lit, noise is still occurring, and the person's life is now wrecked day after day after day because they can't get rid of that thought of the incident with that person, however it be. And so, as I found in my journey, as I've continued on, being that resilient object that no matter what comes up and is hit, no matter what emotion comes up, no matter what experience comes up and hits, I do not ping, I do not sing, I do not, I'm solid. Now, at this point, we deviate from the metaphor of a pinball machine because I stay solid, and as I stay solid, I become aware in my foundation, in my stability. I become aware of the energy that continually comes at me because it cannot kill me. I've done nothing wrong in my life to justify my life being taken. My life, so it's just energy that's hitting me. It's just energy, and I'm solid, I'm stable, I'm not moving, I'm not singing, I'm not lighting up, I'm not giving any energy back. I'm just receiving. I'm feeling what's in the environment that I'm interacting with, whether it be a house, a home, a family, whether it be a business, work, or co-workers, whatever that place may be. That's generally what I'm doing. Then after some time, I'm very familiar with the energy coming at me. I can tell what happens before. I can hear something down the hall. I can feel my foot get hurt. I can feel something. I can sense which type of energy is coming my way. And in that moment, the energy, because of day after day, it comes up to me and doesn't get a response. It's expecting me to be the same thing. But in that moment, I have become aware of my environment. I know what energy is coming at me. And that is when I transform. I have transformed into something else. And the energy I'm going to give is my own brilliance, is my own love, is my own joy. And that, well, the energy of that ping pong ball, the energy from that person, it don't even touch me. It don't even get at my door. I don't even hear it knocking. I'm that resolute in what I've decided to do in my life, and I have become the cause. So all of a sudden, that pinball, that person, that energy, they're now a part of the machine. Now they're the machine now because they've lost the free will to roam and be a cause of bouncing into something. Now all that energy they had is theirs because it belonged to them the whole time. Never belonged to me. Not once did it belong to me. And I stay in my happiness. I stay in my peace. I stay in what I know I am continuing to do every day in my life. And that is not easy to do day after day after day. It's not easy to keep your peace, your serenity, because the pains and troubles, the losses from the past. I feel in the past, oh, I gotta get mine. Even Stevens gotta get mine out of the problem, out of the tragedy. They might have hurt me and they might have taken from me, but what they did to me, that was so wrong. The principle alone, I have to get mine back. That type of mentality is live by the sword, die by the sword mentality. That's what that is. It doesn't secure peace. You get an object. Sure, you win the prize of what you were fighting for. I got my stuff. But along with that item, along with that stuff, all the pain and all the agony from fighting for it every single day, emotionally, verbally, mentally, not with somebody else, but with your own self. You could have the best steak on the plate before you, prepared sumptuously. You could have the most wonderful live musical entertainment before you. You could have a live play in front row, center to the orchestra and all of it, though you would be plagued by life and that energy from other people and those incidents over and over and over, and all the enjoyment before you is wasted into nothingness. And that is the importance of staying resilient in one's mind for whatever one's goals of life are. Be the cause, not the effect. Be what you want to see in the world. problems arise in life, and very much often people like to take those problems into their own hands and resolve the situation from one's own point of view, which is seemingly justified and correct thing to do. No, I've found that my faith has provided to me the to depend on my divine family, to depend on God, to depend on the divine mother, to depend on my king, on my brothers and spiritual sisters, on my family, and they have brought beauty into my life. They have brought trust into my life because at every single turn, it's not a person, but it's a divine. It is a spirit. It is a consciousness beyond singular physical form that somehow keeps giving me those omens, those signs, those little messages. I see a face in the clouds. I hear an animal that barks or makes a noise or comes into my awareness, into my presence, and there was some unique contact, there was some unique moment. I pay attention to those because I know that my faith, no matter what, will bring out the sensuality of my heart, the love, the joy, the prosperity, not in the way that humans see, not in the way that others measure, but in the peace of my own mind, in the peace of my own heart, in comfort, in contentment. Contentment is a very hard thing to achieve too. And that's why people are very hungry to cause problems or to cause commotion, even in a positive format, even in a positive way, because they are not content. They seek more. They seek greater things, which is good. It is good to grow. It is good to build. It is good to develop in life. This is a positive thing to seek the questions that you don't have answers to. Because as one longs and seeks for those answers, they oil the rusted hinges on that door that's been closed for so long. And then is in within each one of us to look and perceive at things that we've said, you know what, I don't want to look at that or think about that. That hurts too much. You shove it down and move on with the life. Well, I don't agree with shoving things down. Sometimes we do need to set an item on a shelf and come back to it. But generally, setting something down on the ground, the eyes are not going to go down, they're going to be up. So they may miss something that I've set down, and I don't want to forget about something that is important. Maybe to somebody else, maybe it's not important to me, maybe it's important to somebody else's emotions and how they feel about life. And well, I care about helping people, so I'm going to care about what they care about too. As long as it's helpful, advantageous, or to some way of benefit, at least to themselves, then I'm going to encourage that. I'm going to help that. I'm going to do that. I'm going to go back to a question somebody asked. Do you sit around all day? There are some days I've sat here and I have spoken for about 18 hours consecutively. All straight. I left, go use the bathroom, come right back, keep talking. I encourage, inspire. I've found I've fit into the role of what I have felt to be my purpose. And I finally fit into there. And the experiences that I've been through in life, not just been through, but survived and maintained a positive heart. These things I have found that others are seeking. How do you do that? How did you do that? And they're not going to be able to do it exactly like I did. Nobody can follow exactly my pattern because what I received in my mind, what I had through experiences in life, the information that I learned, albeit the same information you learned, was at a different time and there was different things surrounding it. So everything looks a little bit different to the viewer depending when and as everything has been arranged. And so the best I can do is to share that, to be an encouragement, to be here, to be regularly here. My two daughters, they passed away in 2022. And so that aspect of being a father is not literally part of my life in that aspect. However, I found people who've connected with me, and they've made particular comments and they've said certain things which has which is real to being a father. I never lost that sight of being a father. I don't need to walk into somebody's house and control their life. I don't need to be manhandling. I'm the person I'm meant to be. And just because that door I can't walk through, well, this one's pretty close, pretty close, pretty darn close. I'm gonna walk through it. I'm gonna walk through that door, and I'm gonna share the wisdom that I've acquired, the knowledge that I have, and perhaps that knowledge and that wisdom can help other people get over a bump or a conflict in life with less strife than before, with less problems, and not repeat that situation. Humanity is a great family. I'm looking up because in the chats I see some talking going back, and I'm trying to see if it's oh man, okay, so then that is real. John Connor, man, you got a tooth that's giving you some pain, bro. And sending blessings your way that you may get to a dentist and get that resolved in the best way that you can, bro. The pain on teeth, I'm all too familiar with it. Um, boy, I've been through so much pain, teeth pain, tooth pain. I was anorexic from the age of 10 to 17, and so as I grew up um, and got older, my teeth were not strong. I talked to a nutritionist and she explained to me because I'd be eating like a burger and I'd bite on a little bone chip and like half of my tooth would crack off. No, no, like in my 20s, this was happening. I'm a clean boy. I go to church, go to school, and work a job, and no cavity, no like black mark, no nothing, and just crack off. And I'm like, what the heck's going on, man? And I talked to a nutritionist, and they explained to me that because I was anorexic for that long at that particular juncture of my life, the I can't explain it correctly, but like the nutrients did not go into my teeth. It went into the rest of my body because I wasn't eating. So my teeth grew weak and they were not strong. So literally my teeth like just cracked, and my molars, I have no molars in the back because all my teeth were like cracked. And so I didn't have money to go to the dentist and all that for years. And so it was just pain, man, just pain and abscess and all sorts of problems for years. And then I found this dentist, and he gave me this deal for like essentially it was it was like 50, maybe $60 with tax to take a tooth out, to pull a tooth. And I was like, shoot, doc, just pull them out, just keep pulling them out, just get these problems out of my mouth, because I didn't have money to whatever surgery or this or that. And I'm not telling you to get your tooth pulled, but I'm just sharing my own experiences. So I've been through some evenings and nights where that pain was so extreme, literally. And I hate painkillers. I'm with you on that one. I'm not into painkillers. I'm not into things to numb pain or anything like that. Um, yeah, I don't even take over the counter like anything. Um, Not on, no, I rather, anyways. And so may your pain subside. Uh, may a solution come to that ever much more quicker. Oh, what's up, Mike Gauda? Yeah, very welcome, John Connor. Very welcome. Very welcome. Um, the type of I don't know. I feel like sharing it, but there's this one night I had. There's this one tooth. It was hurting so much, man, dude. I tried to take it out. I tried to hit stuff against the tooth. Literally, I tried to knock the tooth out. I tried to pull it. I tried everything that I could try, and all I wound up doing was exciting the pain 1,000 through the roof, and I was literally on the floor that night, grabbing a blanket and crying my ever living bejesus out like I was a little baby. I like, dude, the pain was insatiably, yeah, and I wound up pushing it to that degree too. But I did read this one article, and the article was about a dentist. And the dentist needed to take a tooth out. The dentist himself was having a problem. Real event, real thing that happened. I read it years ago, because I was when I was actually looking into pulling my own teeth, and which I haven't, but I was and I came across this dentist, and he tried to pull that. He went to his office. He has the tools, man. He's got the equipment, and he tried to pull his own tooth out. Messed up. Had to go to another dentist to finish and correct the error he made, to finish the job, correcting the error he did and everything. And I'm like, shoot, if a dentist can't get his tooth out correctly, yeah, he maybe took the x-ray, saw that he didn't do it correctly or whatever the case, maybe left it chip or whatever. But shoot, if I'm gonna do something like that, I'd rather go to somebody who I hope they know what they're doing. Oh, thank you, yo. You're awesome. You're awesome. Thank you for making that comment. If you are on TikTok, I know our video quality is rather cruddy, though we are on youtube.com, youtube.com/Setchra, Setchra, and that'll take you to the live stream. Pretty good stuff over there. Better audio, better video. Yeah, dude, that's awesome. Yeah, it's like I said, for me it was bone spurs. Whoa, that sucks. Dang. Whoa. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I've had those spurs coming out from teeth that got removed as well. Yeah. Yeah. Mine was. I was anorexic. Um, I had that problem, and I remember when I was 10 years old, and I had a friend, and I was like, it's like I remember being at a certain point. It was like when I was 10, and I was 90 something pounds, and I was like, I never want to be over 100 pounds. I don't know why or how that seeded into my mind or into my being, but I literally, like, I would starve myself for days. I would work my ass off. I mean, like, heavy work, like lifting rock, digging trenches, all sorts of stuff. And I wouldn't eat. I'd do all that work. I wouldn't eat. And so, like, that does damage to the body. That's not good. That's not healthy. Like, people who have, like, a full beard, when really young, it's because they're eating proper. They're actually eating nutrient rich food that's actually feeding their body to grow hair. People who like don't grow hair and all that kind of stuff, like seriously, legitimately, it's because they're not eating the appropriate foods. Whatever diet they've consoled to is not feeding the body to do what it needs to do. And that's why, like, to eat nutritionally rich food is very important, and a lot of people can't afford to do that. And that's truly that's a sad reality in my existence, because the lack of nutritious food not only breaks down the physical body, but the mind and the ability for the soul to connect with the body. Like, it really, it's, I'm not saying healthy food alone fixes all those things, but you know, anyways. Yeah, 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 for real, for real. And I didn't know. I didn't, when I was that young, I didn't know. I didn't know by not eating, I'm gonna like hurt my body for the long run. I didn't know by staring directly at the sun for like 30 minutes a day was gonna blind my eyes. Yeah, I didn't know these things. I'd stare at the sun when I was younger, starting from like the age of 5 on up, and I'd stare directly at the sun, bright as day. Not, I'm not talking about that dawn or dusk sun viewing, easy going. No, I mean, sun is bright, heat, desert heat, staring at the sun, and that it becomes a straight. I'm not telling you to do this. Don't do it because it'll hurt your eyes. But the sun becomes like a straight, solid disc, and then it looks like a half yin yang. And the that half yin yang, like, it turns on a 360 degree, and then when it makes a full loop, that half yin yang changes colors, and then it'll do another loop, and over and over and over and over and over, and that's what would happen when I stare directly at the sun. Well, nobody told me that that could damage my eyes. So, that's what I did for like, I don't know, 20 years, 15 years, 20 years, before anybody told me, yo, that's not good. That actually damages your eyes. When we're growing up, people don't tell us these little things, and so then we do things and we don't know any better. And then we get to a certain age and people start making fun of us or whatever the case, and we're like, well, what are you talking about, Will? It's like, I don't know what you're talking about. That's why compassion's important and all of that good stuff, because we don't know if somebody's had a good dad or a good mom or good friends or good family to teach them these things. They could have went through life and everybody just played a game on them or tricked them, or made them the laugh, the butt of the joke, and here they come into our presence, and who knows what their history was. And for me, that means learning, opening, like, okay, I'm not going to fight back. I'm not going to get upset because you hurt my feelings. I do establish boundaries, and so I don't like that kind of behavior. I'm not into that kind of stuff, you know. And as long as boundaries are upheld, things are positively moving forward. And then I noticed where they're like lacking, where somebody hasn't taught or instructed or helped or just been there as a friend. And then that's when I toss in the information to help them along their way. So now they're aware. And so for me, interactions with people is not just about like fun and games, but it's all for me, for my life and what it's been through. It's in every aspect of my life. I'm a healer. I'm a healer, and I want to help heal, and whether it be emotional or whatever the case, I want to help people heal. And I do believe, from what I've seen and recognized and associated with, there is a bunch of other people like this in the world. And the more that we come together, well, we are stronger together than we are apart. And I'm not saying to join up physically or whatever, but connectedly, as we come into association with each other, when As you meet people along your route of day and you have interactions, you're whoa, and you start realizing, we're both healers. Very cool. Very, as this type of loose network is shaped together, the more we can heal, the bigger things of the world we can heal. As an individual, I can only do this much work. But as a group, as a family of healers around the world, we can do that much work. Like, we can make it, we can really go global with a healing um, energy, not a healing energy that we are the cause of. We become the cause. We generate the energy. And certainly this can, as we've experienced the anomalous, the seemingly anomalous little events that lead us from this to that to this big awakening. And it just seems like it was just like just a part of life. We too, with our energy, consciously sending it out through prayer, meditation, coming together, just talking, raising the positive energy, the emotional positivity between a couple of people, two or three people. Even this can set into motion those kind of little nudges to seemingly strangers out in the world we've never met, but because their heart has started to want something better, that healing energy has found them and starts guiding them. We don't have to be Mr. Do What I Say. It's the energy that we put into the soil of the air. The energy that we put into the soil of the air, of the very atmosphere that humanity lives and walks within. We seed the atmosphere with positivity over and over and over and over and over and every single day. That's what I've been doing. That's what I've been doing. Well, you gonna come mess up my garden? That's all right. I'll clean it up. I'll let you make your trash. Because if I clean it up right now, I know you won't come back tomorrow and trash it up and make it a mess. So let me just let it stay a mess. And when you're good and done and gone, I'll go get to working and cleaning it up and using whatever trash you left behind for a positive way, getting it out to where it needs to go and taking care of what I need to. Thank you for letting me know I needed to focus on the inside of my house rather than the outside for a little bit. And then they mosey on along the way. Because I'll tell you what, these people, they're no more than bullies. They're no more than bullies. And a bully, they love it when they get a reaction. They love a reaction. A bully says, "Oh, you reacted to me. Let me poke you a little bit more. How much more of a reaction can I get?" And they just want to have fun because they ain't up to no good. They truly up to no good. They just disturbing stuff. They just pushing that pinball machine button, just making lights and unnecessary noises go off. And so when you don't respond to a bully, when they don't get your energy, when they don't get your words, when they don't get your reaction, day after day after day after day, they start to get depressed. They get saddened. They get lonely. They got nobody to pass the ball back. And all they're being fed is positive energy in the atmosphere. So they keep feeling worse and worse and worse until they decide to open their mind and their heart and go on that journey of self exploration. And that is truly the winning of putting positive energy in the atmosphere and not giving back to live by the argument, die by the argument mind mentality. At least you admitted it. Exactly, bro. Like that's the biggest part. Like is seeing, just seeing oneself, just seeing and accepting oneself for who they are, who you are. I can't change to be who, so I cannot put on some three-piece suit with a necktie and coat and come talk to you. I can't do that. That is, I'm gonna just be like, screw this crap. I'm gonna rip the tie off. It'll be a crazy show, that's for sure. Maybe I should do that. To like Hulk Hogan, rip the shirt off stuff. Stop it. Beautiful Bill, that's for sure. Sobriety, very great question. Um, Very great question. Okay, so let's start off with being 100% sober. My mother, as far as I'm aware, she never smoked a cigarette a day in her life. The only time she ever did weed was when she had cancer and was on that negative path towards the end. And the doctors actually told her, they were like, yo, you should smoke some weed. But at the time, it was not as freely accessible as it is now. So I said, Mom, let me make you some weed brownies. Like, you just eat it, you won't smoke it. Because, like, my mom's against smoking, but the doctor said you could smoke some weed. So I'm like, yo, let me bake it into some brownies, Mom. So, like, I tested, and anyways, it took me about 3 weeks to get it down correctly. But boy, I got it down just like all of it, just through and through. And served it up to my mom. And the next morning she was like, man, I ate everything in the cupboards. I ate. It's the last time she ever did it, but at least I got my mom high once before she passed on, before she ascended on, and willingly, like she knew what was in it. But sobriety. We're going back to what are my thoughts on sobriety. Okay, now I I do not encourage chemical types of substances at all. I'm not into that stuff. Things that grow from the ground, to me, nature is nature, bro. How could you say it's growing naturally from the ground and you can't, that's, anyways, I don't see it's like a human being born and right away there's laws put upon its life. Like, it can't have nine fingers, cut one of them thumbs off. Like, what the heck are you talking about? Anyways, okay, so now that we've kind of went on that, particular substances 100% induce a quantum connection that most people are going to relate as spiritual interactions. Now, this world that I come and talk about quite often and share as much as I can, this particular world, let's just call it a quantum network rather than heaven and all that. Let's just call it the quantum network. If you've not been trained to operate and work within the quantum network, and then you take a substance and you jump into that quantum network and you're just pushing, poking, and prodding. mm, we can already start to populate untold problems that are going to start ensuing in that world and for the person. Now, some people, this is right up their alley. No current training in this lifetime. No, nothing. They're just a normal Joe walking through life, working the 9 to 5. They take a substance because they have a buddy, and then all of a sudden they are like mind is synchronized. They are within line. They are in tune. They are moving forward. They have went through particular things in life unknowingly that actually was quantum network quantum entanglement. So they had been quantumly entangled already, and that's why they have a lot of interactions in their life with events. Let's just call them events because it's not always a person. Events in their life where they're like, "Whoa, that seemed like too much like that other event. Whoa, what was that?" And then you go try to tell somebody, and they're like, "What the heck are you talking about, Bob? That you're nuts for thinking that. That never would happen." But it was seen, it was experienced, it was heard, because the person who's quantumly entangled has actually been working in this network, but they have not been seeing it, they have not been hearing it. It's just been in the 3D that it's manifesting its presence to them. So then when they take the substance, they know what they're doing. The soul, the spirit knows what it's doing, and goes to work, and things get better for them in life. Things get better for the people around them in life. Then we have a third group of people. This third group of people, they train throughout their life. They go to schools, they go to temples, they go to retreats, they study, they go to gurus, they explore, and they actually do the hard mental work, and they achieve the ability to be aware of how to interact with the quantum network. They wind up having an induced ceremonial event, whether it be casual or really, really done up, fancy, as a shindig should be, and they have their experience, and they're able to interact, and maybe they do poorly or maybe they do good or whatever the case, and then their shaman or their guru or whoever is helping them along this course of events and path is like, okay, this is what you need to work on next, and that's what you're going to do next, so forth and so on. Sobriety is the name of the topic here, that we're currently on. These substances are not meant for your average individual. They're not. What was done in the past is the priests, the shamans, the wise women, these individuals would partake of these different substances to connect with different spirits. Certain spirits, they come through alcohol, wine, or the spirits, the legit, different brandy, whiskey, all of these. You're going to induce different connections, different spiritual connections. This is quantum network entanglement. That's what's essentially happening. And by taking the substance, you're allowing your frequency to be plugged into that network. So every single substance is like a different plug-in to a different network. And if you take multiple substances, then you're plugged into multiple networks at the same time. So it becomes like bi or tri or quad location of the soul, of the spirit, of the consciousness in existence. And so in the past, they would have their ceremonies, and the priest, priestess, shaman, wise woman, they would be partaking, but they would stay in coherence enough. They would not get completely trashed, as one may say, and so that they could stay conscious, coherent, so as to receive the divine communications coming through. Generally speaking, one time a month there was a large festival, and this large festival required everybody's energy, everybody present. Their spirit was giving energy. So essentially, the priest, the priestess, the shaman, the wise woman, the whole temple, the whole place, they would bring out this substance for everybody to have for completely free all night long. It's a party, and the people would get trashed. Oh, they get trashed and smashed. But their life would be okay thereafter, because all of that energy, the wise woman, the wise man, the shaman, the priest, the priestess, they were funneling this energy and they were guiding it to the divine so that they could give blessings upon the people. So it wasn't only exclusively for the priests and priestesses in that class and that group and wise women, so forth and so on. However, it wasn't meant for the everyday consumption of the normal individual. Um, so sobriety is very dependent on the individual who requires what they need for their particular life. Now, I knew an individual and they drank 4 liters of Coca-Cola, 4 liters of Coca-Cola every single day. Every single day. You know, the drink, the soda, yeah, 4 liters every day, minimum, usually more. Okay, now that's when fasting is required. Because fasting is going to say this substance does not have control over me, it does not dictate my life. I'm going to cut it off and I'm going to show that I have dominance. I have dominance over the choice of what my body does. My spirit, my will, my indwelling intelligence, my all soul self is going to show his authority of control. And that goes for any woman or man out there with him. You should establish that control over that substance. Now, once that control is established and decently long lived, to be like, yo, I'm not just relapsing or something. Now, at that point, okay, let's take back the substance. Okay, I'm going to enjoy my substance. Let me just be personal. I enjoy a cigarette. I don't want to smoke a pack of cigarettes a day. And generally speaking, I don't want to smoke a whole cigarette in the same sitting. And cleaner tobacco is much more better, in my opinion. However, because I limit what I have, then I'm going to let myself have what I have as long as I would like to have it. And the moment comes when I don't have it, or when I'm moving forward, when I get more healthy food in my life, when this happens, when whatever happens, then I'm okay to walk forward from it without needing it. It's not a, it's not a crutch, and it's not something I'm dedicated to that would destroy my life. So for that individual that drank the Coca-Cola, when he comes back to drinking it, yeah, he could still have Coca-Cola in his icebox. You could still have that substance. As long as it's not dictating or controlling your life or putting you back in some hole that doesn't allow you to communicate or be sociable, or, oh, I don't have it, so now my life is crazy and I'm destroying things and I'm angry. You know, if that's not happening, then enjoy what you have. But if there is a problem in excess, uncontrolled excess with that substance, then yeah, there should be some type of sobriety initiated so as to get things onto their proper path. Boom. Yes, very much sangria, very much about sharing. I like that. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks, Oz. Adi, I love you, bro. Love you, bro. It's that quantum physics. Hey, I got a joke. You want to hear a joke? Okay. So, you know how they say it's not rocket science, right? And there's these group of scientists. They're actually rocket scientists, a group of rocket scientists. And, like I said, most people are like, it's not rocket science. But to them, rocket science, that's what they do. They're all about that. So what they say when they come up on something, and like they don't like what is their comment to make in that place since they're the rock sign? What do they say? It's not like it's trying to get a date. uh, anyways, yeah, like, very welcome, very welcome. And yeah, it is good. I flipped over some cards and it popped to the Eye of Hiru, awakening divine perception, and that is always good. Like to take a break from something. Like for instance, like to take a vacation from something that you enjoy is okay to do because yeah, like somebody had made comment in the section, maybe I'll just take a break from smoking the weed for a little bit, and or whatnot, whatever that comment was, and that is good to help the body go back to its natural state, to be okay. It's interesting, how how at times when we go to sleep, especially after we've stopped smoking the weed for a little bit, how those dreams really come back and they are very, very vivid. Um, and I actually utilize this, by stopping. This was a couple years ago, but by stopping smoking for a bit, my dreams started coming back, like very, very vivid. I was having visions. I was traveling. It was amazing, and and then like, they stop. They're not so strong. They're not so powerful anymore. So then I was like, huh. So then I started smoking again, and then I consciously stopped. And then my visions, in dream state, popped up super vivid. And I was like, okay, I'm just going to use this to keep that up. And so sometimes we'll take our break from the dream state, and other times we're going to ramp it up. But to me, that's really the fun when through getting to know oneself by ceasing being so interested in everything and everyone else, by getting to know oneself, then you really kind of start knowing what you're capable of and what you can work towards and all that good stuff. But truly awakening divine perception and having the freedom to be the alchemist with the information and the experiences that you've attained. So you take all of that information, all of the fruit that you ever grabbed from the tree of knowledge of good and bad, and now you're applying it to your tree of life. Your tree, your very tree of life. And I don't know, this is popping into my head, so I'm going to let this fling out. But in that very expression of the tree of life, I'm looking forward. I know I got one up here on my altar space, but I'm seeing Jesus Christ spread out on the cross, yo, and like he's on a timber that has been cut, and his body is dead, right? So Jesus is up on the cross dead. There's no vines growing. He said he would come back alive through each one. Putting this in there, through each one of us he lives. That energy, that love lives. He died so that he could be resurrected within us and come to life through our conscious ability to overcome the wickedness that killed him. Because it takes a very intellectual mofo to take out an enemy without violence. Win a war without violence. Now that's a smart person. Now, that's somebody I follow. And that's what happened. That's essentially that spirit has been alive through multiple countries on multiple continents. It hasn't been an energy taking from another energy. It's been an energy that's been existing on this planet, in this universe, in this cosmos forever. And they've had 10,000 million names that we don't even have or remember anymore. And yet we fight and squabble over, oh, I said this name and now he's allegiance to that. No, no, allegiance humanity, man. My brother and my sister. You could fight over an invisible quality all you want, but I want to help my brother and sister in the flesh. I don't care. That's seeing beyond man's distractions. You know, in Italy, I don't know how true this is. I saw a video. It sounded pretty true. It sounded pretty legit to me. I did not look it up in the news, but it seems like Italy, I think it's Italy, I could be wrong. Italy, they went on a 30-day strike of all buying anything. They said, screw it, I'm going to stay home for 30 days and I ain't going to do nothing. And now the government, companies, all that kind of stuff, they're buckling to the people because they said, we're not going to buy your products. We're not going to do what you're shoving down our throat. As a people, they united, and now they need less, and now they're finding out, damn, life's actually pretty damn decent. I don't need all that freaking junk. It was complicating my life. It was causing problems. I got a lot of peace now. Peace is much more valuable, and I'd rather have peace than be surrounded by a lot of unnecessary complicating things. Some people have not been through the ringer enough and they want to experience life, and so they go poke prod and do all sorts of things they shouldn't be doing. Others of us, we've been through enough, and we're like, let's learn our lesson on that and pay attention to the goddess of the ancient skies. Stay true to my heart and stand our ground. Standing our ground in parenting children. See, I popped it up to that card. And then the next card was parenting and children. And that's where it's at right there. Because don't get it twisted. Look at the world. And no doubt the children. The children they do need help. They do need direction. And that child, they could be 40 years old. They could be 50 years old. That child could be any age. And I don't mean that a person should look on them any less or anything like that. But like I said, to help, to guide, to be a friend. Thank you to moderators, friends, and everybody on that level for doing y'all's jam. Um, Dude, are you ritual? That's dangerous. The rituals that I do for the average individual, these types of ceremonies would be naturally dangerous. Though in my life, for what doors have been opened to me, for what I am connected to on an astral level, for my energy and what it has grown to become, I have learned the old ways. And when I say old ways, I mean as in the ancient temples and directing soul energy, spirit energy, directing energy. And directing that energy is a big portion, a big reality of being a healer. So that's a positive healing direction of this energy. And I've been working for several years with confirmation results. When I say confirmation results, I mean somebody coming up to me that I've done the ritual, the ceremony for, and letting me know what happened 2 months after the event, 3 months after the event, 6 months after the event, and how things were going on. And essentially, mm, what I've learned and what I do is I gather the energy in an atmosphere in a room, and I put love on top of that and kind of put a nice layer of love on that energy and send it up to the divines, up to the great I, the great God, God, Divine Father, Divine Mother, however you see it, the King that is above us all. I send that energy to Source, and then they are able to send miracles back to this world in a multitude of ways, and to everybody that requires, such as those miracles or healings or good events in their life, or what, however it works out, that that energy is properly brought back, because that was and is the responsibility of an actual priest, shaman, wise woman, an individual of this nature, and and people, is we have the emotions, we have the energy. That energy is transferred to the, there's so much I could share on this, but the energy is transferred to the shaman or the wise woman, to the priest or priestess. They take this energy and then they give it to the divine, and the divine then drinks the nectar of life, okay, that ambrosia, and that's how they're able to bless our world, whether it be in weather, whether it be in food, water, whatever the case or circumstance. And I truly do believe that that is why our world has been becoming worse and worse and worse, is because there's been no active individuals, I mean, not massively active individuals doing this solid work. And this solid work, it is not, it is not on a stage getting glory. It is getting your hands dirty, working with people, finding out and really moving those spirits and allowing them to ascend on. Anyways, um, transferring that energy to the divines and allowing them to have that energy to reformulate and send the miracles down. And that's what I've been doing for about yeah, 4 solid years consciously I've been doing. And so yes, so to be, again, to come back and just wrap that up, yes, the rituals can be very dangerous for any normal individual working them, but as I work with them and have been working with them on a good long while, um, there's not danger there. There's not danger as would be otherwise. hmm Frequency, exactly, frequency. And more harmony allows more positivity, and more things can stay built and constructed with a firm foundation. So, most definitely. Astral versus native. When I use the word like astral, so you could use the word astral, quantum, heaven. Um, there's so many other words. And this space is what people seek to explain and understand. And I don't know, I like to call it the quantum network. Sounds more appropriate like that. It's more familiar in these times. There's more individuals that are working in these spaces that are communicating more freely. People who are connecting to these different dimensional realities through frequency, the frequency allowing the human body, which is the antenna with your chakras lit up, to be able to actively uh, channel that information in. Oh wow, thank you. The comic. That's a very kind compliment, bro. I appreciate that. Um, that's actually a pretty decent question. I can respect that. Um, okay, see, forever roaming, those microtubules that you're talking about. Exactly, exactly. Mm, like in an aspect. Imagine all of our brains are one big brain, and so it's like we all are traveling down those tubes, and that's the network, is those tubes that hook up. And if you can get to the right place, then you can kind of get to like source and actually start talking to them. And that's when you're being led through intuition and like all the doors of life are open, and you're not being dogmatically treated or spoken through orders of a person of how to live life day to day to day. Um, and then there is another good question um, from Christopher Griffiths. He said, were you born a Native American like that, or is it your bloodline, or is it more of a religion thing, like you became so later in life? So interesting enough, Christopher, the I do have Cherokee in my blood. I do have Aztec connection in my blood. I do have French, old French, and old German. My family was originally, like on one portion, they were originally in France, and then they moved on to Germany, and then they came over to the States over generations. And then the other side, my grandma, she was Aztec, and my grand they were was and the other portion was more so Spaniard, um, and also there was some German over there as well. And so I've literally, my grandmother's last name was Cortez, and I, not proudly, and it's nothing to be proud of, knowing what I know, um, but I am like a great 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 grandson of Hernandez Cortez himself. Like legit, is that shit's in my blood. So, I do have the native very strongly. The Cherokee comes out of me a lot. The Cherokee is what people wind up actually seeing and perceiving a lot from me, whether they recognize it or not. The Cherokee, I went into the woods and I, without training, without anything of the nature. I mean, I'm talking about I went camping a couple times, with the family, but that's about it. I walked into the woods without any training, and I literally develop and create um, a cabin, a legit cabin, and around the cabin I design a hut, and it has a straw roof. And I did such a job that it didn't even rain inside. No rain came inside when it was hot, and this was in the desert, essentially a little wooded area in a desert-like environment. And when it was hot, somehow inside my place it was cool. It had cool air during the day, and at night, along with my fire pit, the way that I had it set up, boy, it was warm. It's nice and toasty all night long. And so, interesting enough, it's somehow, some way, like without knowing and just tapping into what's in my blood, I really did connect. And a lot of what I'm wearing, funny enough, is Egyptian connection, Egyptian connection, Egyptian. I love the Egyptians, the Kemetics. They had some flavor like none other. I mean, all the tribals we're doing the same thing pretty much. Not exactly, but we kind of dancing the same dance and singing the same song all the way around the world. But there's the Egyptians just had a flavor that the Kemetics I just really love, just really connect to. And I legitimately, you believe it or not, but a past life of mine, I was Tutankhamun. They killed me when I was young because they knew if I grew up what would happen, and they knew if they killed me, they end the line and be able to take control themselves. So, anyways, moving on. But I love the Egyptian flair. So as much as I dress up to look Egyptian, people are like, "Yo, you look Indian. You look like this." I've went into a Hindu temple and they're like, "Yo, you look like Shiva." So it's really, that's where I see the tribal is it crosses so many platforms to where people see their own tribal origins, and I think that's a beautiful thing. I think that's so beautiful. Like, yeah, the European aspect, I do got the European blood in me. Like I said, Spaniard, French, and German, on that side. And then native wise, I've got Cherokee, Lakota, and Aztec blood. Um, and along that path, um, like my blood literally is Jewish as well. And it's interesting to find out, which would make it Egyptian. Wow, I didn't think about that before. That I do have Egyptian blood. Wow. Huh. See, look, whether you know it or not, or believe it or not, when the Jews fled Egypt and the king pursued them, Pharaoh is a Greek word. Pharaoh literally is a Greek word as king. Just means king. Pharaoh is Greek. We're talking about Egyptian and Kemetic. So the Egyptian, the Kemetic king at that time, um, he chased the Jews. He chased that group of people because, well, they were Kemetic. They are Egyptian. They are. But they had taken the documents from the priests, from the temple. They took the sacred documents. They took the engine that made Egypt thrive because the priests and the king were not using it as God, as the divine creator intended for man to be living. And that's why the king of Egypt plunged his soldiers willingly, haphazardly, and wound up getting swallowed up and destroyed by the river because they had the only thing of which Egypt would thrive with, and without it, they were dead in the water. They were going downhill from there. And so, yeah, I do have those five blood types in me. But I did not really connect to any of that growing up. I mean, like I had stories shared with me, information given to me, but growing up, I was stuck as a brainwashed Jehovah's Witness, born and raised until the age of 27, 28. Because I was 27, but it took me a little bit to unplug from that socket in the wall. And but then after that, I started really accepting other people's voices and hearing their stories and learning about their culture. And so as I was out of religion, which narrowed my vision, I start my vision open. I started learning. I started connecting. I started understanding. And boy, I tell you what, my spiritual self wasn't couldn't have been hungrier from all the years of suppression that was really just aching to come out of me. And, uh, and so, yeah, now I am as I am. B Man 69, what's up? What's up? Thank you. Um, Mother giving, well, that's it. That's really it. Um, Never, that is really what winds up happening. I just popped up a card. It says "Miracle of all set, miraculous healing of the goddess of the Divine Mother." Somebody's comment was mentioning about the divine, about motherly love, and truly, it is the miracles that of energy. Like, hmm, all right, let's play a little pretend in our heads. All right, but so we create this ball of positive energy. We focus on positive energy. It's just it's if somebody has a problem and they get hit with this ball of energy, it's just going to make the problems go away. That energy is there to uncomplicate, to smooth out, to make good stuff happen. We don't know what it can do or create, but it's just a orb of energy. And then we focus on somebody. Maybe we get somebody's picture. And it's just a card, just pretend. Or we get somebody's picture. Okay, I'm going to send this energy that I'm manifesting within my being of my energy. I feel the hairs on my arms standing up. I feel the electricity around my ears. When I say electricity, I just mean it feels a lot lit up. It just feels active. So all of this energy that I have right here, I'm gonna send it to the person I have an image of. Maybe it's a physical image, or maybe it's something on within our mind, and then we send that energy to them, and then the strong charge of that energy of that emotion is gone from us because it's actually being sent to that person. And when it gets to them, whatever their most pertinent problem, whatever they ask the prayer for, whatever's going on in their life, that energy is going to get to them quantumly. It's going to get right to them. It's going to hit them. And it's going to start helping them answer their prayer, smooth out the problem, get the riffraff out the way, or whatever it is. And they're going to be like, whoa, that was nice. I don't know how that worked out in my favor, but I'm glad it did. And they're just going to keep trucking along like nothing strange happened at all. And in all reality, that what I'm connecting to is back to the Bible. It said, "You are all gods," and I truly believe it is each. We do answer each other's prayers. The more of us asking or calling or petitioning or sending or focusing on something or someone or a subject, the more energy that's going to be sent that way. And if it's healing, if it's positive, then whatever rough edges were in that person's life or within that person's heart, that good energy is going to start working on it. Think about a rock. Think about a jagged, sharp edged, large boulder. And that thing, man, people walk up it, they cut themselves. They walk past it, it's so sharp and jagged every time somebody gets poked and they start bleeding. It's just every time. So a bunch of people, they get this jagged rock and some poles and they push it, they get it, they nudge it free and it falls down into the river. Psh, big splash. Psh. And I don't know, 200 years later, generation after generation after generation, and now that boulder, when kids come to play at the river, they go stand and play on top of that boulder in the middle of the river because all of those rough edges, all of those jagged aspects, the water just kept flowing. It just kept flowing. And all those rough spots, all those sharp points rounded out. And that stone became very smooth, a big, smooth boulder in the middle of the river now. The water just continued to flow. That's all. The water didn't say, oh, we got to blast this one rock and send all of our energy to this one rock. That's it. We got to get it done right now. No, it the water just kept flowing. And that's our positive energy. That's our positive energy that we develop, that we grow up in the morning, that we say a prayer, sing a song, take a hot shower, whatever it is, your ceremony, your jam, with something to spike up your energy and be like, boom, I'm walking with this in the world. You want something from me? You ain't going to get the reaction you asked for. You're going to get some happiness. You're going to get a little present of joy. How do you want to piss an angry person off? Send them a ball of positive joy. Energy. No sarcasm. Send them positive energy. Just keep sending positive energy, and eventually, like that water to that big old jagged boulder, one day it's going to be nice and smooth. And guess what? You might not see the effect in that person. Heck, that person might die a sad old sod. But that soul, that spirit, who's going to come back alive as another person that next lifetime, oh, it's a lot smoother than it was before. It's a lot easier to walk that life now than it was the last one. The long term, the long plan, the long term sight versus what's happening right here that really don't matter. Hmm. And that's really that's the goal and that's the objective. And some people, there are people out there in the world, and I know they exist. I'm not saying I agree with their way, but they exist, and I understand people more than I would judge or say change your ways. And there are some people out there, maybe some in the group watching, listening, maybe not, but I'm going to mention it because it's valid. There are some people in the world and they want justice. They want to poke and they want to make somebody angry. Okay? Now, I'm not saying they're a bad person, but it's that they've been done wrong. They've been done dirty. And when they see somebody that resembles who done them dirty, and they see that spirit in somebody else, oh, they're more than happy to dish that out. The best way to make your mm, individual, your bully, hurt and suffer is to confuse the ever living pissing crap out of them. Because they're on a mentality of attack, 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 attack. And when you go and you actually make a real present, you go spend some money, you get a real present, no ill intent, and you come back out of nowhere as a complete surprise and you hand them a wrapped up gift and you said, you know what, this is for you. And you could leave it at that. You could leave it right there. And when they open that gift and that present and they see that it's something meaningful and it touches their heart just to a little bit degree, because nobody gets them a present. That's why they're so upset. They're always forgotten. That's why they're always angry, because they ain't got no friend like that. And when they see that you cared after all of their pummeling of your emotion and of your heart, they're going to feel like shit. And when they feel like shit, even for a split instant, I ain't saying it's going to stick. I didn't say that. But even for that split instant, the seed that just got lodged into the back of their throat that they cannot hawk up is the curiosity of why you did something nice to somebody who's been doing so much evil to you. It doesn't make sense. You should have attacked back. Why? What are they planning? What are they up to? This doesn't make sense. They shouldn't be getting me a gift. What the hell? They're nice to me every day. They're respectful. They're even more nicer. What the hell's going on? They're going to go home and they're going to lose their shit every single fucking day and it's going to drive them mad and crazy. Boom. Go be Mr. Nice Guy. That'll drive your enemies insane into the loony bin. Anyways. Yo, for real, yeah. You know, it's uh let's see here. Look at this book, man. Wow. I should wipe that off at least. That goes old school, huh? Interesting, actually. Cutting edge science. It's interesting. I flipped open up a page there and it said cutting edge science. That's pretty interesting. Cutting the edge of science. People people are teachers. Every single person in this world is a teacher. And at every single moment of advancement, you will always have some type of teacher figure pop up and give advice. If you pay attention, through anybody and through anything, it can come through positively and most usually quite negatively. Now, if I pay attention to my enemy every single day, my conscious obstruction in life, then when I am making good forward progress, then they're going to send a distraction. They're going to send a problem. They're going to send particular groups of words or even groups of individuals psychically in my direction. So then, when I become aware that these events happen to me in life, I know that I'm onto something. And I know to continue my energy as the tip of the spear. That's where my energy stays. Not the shaft down here. Not in, my energy stays right here at the tip because I'm gonna be cutting. I'm gonna be stabbing. I'm gonna be piercing that edge of what everybody knows and accepts. Because I've seen the truth, I've kept track of the results, I know what I'm doing is actually real and happening. I'm talking with people who are actually interacting with the surrounding events. So none of this is a state of psychosis. None of this is fake. There's actual evidence if somebody really wanted to come knock on the door, be like, yo, could I get some lab results? And then, as I stay the focus, as I stay the tip of the spear, then I continue at the cutting edge of everything that we seek as humanity, because humanity is not done asking questions. Humanity is still very much curious about so much that they do not know. And through the divines, through quantum frequency and alignment of the centers, of the energy centers, of the chakra centers within the body, and the focusing of mind, one can listen to the information coming through on these frequencies. One can decode this information so as to make forward progress in the ever development of humanity. Mm, love you, bro. It's been, and so in those regards, that's where that's where I continue moving in life, connecting with individuals. I mean, philosophy, archaeology, any subject that people do enjoy to have certainly has a lot of roots in the past. Though those roots exist, so as to give produce, new, fruitful produce today. And just like caterpillar, humanity is on the verge, is in the midst of transforming. Feeling safe is such an important thing, especially when somebody doesn't feel safe in their own home or doesn't feel safe in the company of other people. They don't feel safe to speak or share what is in their heart because they feel like they will be not just judged. It's not about being judged, but it's about being verbally offended, verbally attacked in public. To have other people verbally or otherwise attack you or defame uh, you as an individual, it challenges the soul, it challenges the memory, it challenges the resilience, it creates pressure. And that type of resilience really it builds the spirit, it builds the soul for interacting with greater divinities, for truly communicating on a daily basis with the divine father and the divine mother, to resonate at a frequency that is so high and so above the lower vibrations that they no longer are stumbling blocks, that the road is now smooth for your mind to travel upon. I, like many others, have lived in areas where every single day my mind and my emotions and my spirit was attacked. Whether I go and it was a group of friends, seemingly, inviting me to dinner or lunch, it was never something that, in those moments, it was not events that built me up, they were events that tore me down. And those times are very difficult, and they certainly can put one into a very, very bad frame of state of mind. And I had to fight for my happiness. I had to focus on myself because that was what had to be preserved through those days. If I went fighting back at every injustice that happened to me, I was now going to become a fighter. I don't want to be a fighter. I want to be a lover. I want to love my way through life, and if you fight by the sword, you die by the sword. Well, then if I live by love, I'm going to die by love. That's what I choose. That's what I choose. Sheesh. And so then the entire life is doing that. And a lot of people can look and they can analyze and say a bunch of stuff, but you know what? It's like a boxing match that never stops. Every day you get up and you're like, boom, I'm coming at you, world, with all my love. I did my push ups, I got in shape this morning. Let's go. 9 rounds, 18, whatever, nine, however many rounds it takes until the day's out. And then I'm going to wake up. I don't care how bad I got beat down, I'm going to do it tomorrow. Because guess what? This ain't about winning. This ain't about who wins. This is about children. This is about the future of humanity. This is about leaving a lineage and a generation of empowered individuals who are emotionally as well as mentally cognizant of their events of life happening both within and on the outside. For a younger generation, for the next generation to have that will set up a foundation for the next generation to be even better. To continually be striving at this is the effort of our world from the days of William Wallace and beyond, all the way up to our doorstep, which is right in front of us right now. That's what it's been about. This has not been an overnight conquest or defeat or engagement. This has been a world long conflict of positivity versus negativity, of building versus destruction. And truly, in these days, we have a freer voice. We can speak. You can talk about God or your chosen deity without getting arrested and going to jail for it. At least in America, you can be able to talk about whatever God you so serve and love and choose. As in the past, if you did that, the stake it was, hung up on the cross and die with the rest. But we are not in a state of death. We are in a state of resurrection. We are in a state of new life, new energy moving forward. So thank you. Thank you for being a part of the loving world energy, the divine mother's energy, the divine father's energy, however it is that you contribute to this world, whether you may help children or strangers or just sit there and perform ceremonies in silence to where nobody knows about it, but positive energy is going out left and right, right and left. Maybe focus and concentrate on one spot long enough that it becomes like a gravity well of like good energy going out and negative energy, like people's like need, like this person's in a state of need, so their energy's over here, that person, and like because of the gravity well of goodness, boom, they actually come in and they get a little gift. Their spirit gets a little gift, they get sent out with that good gift. And so we create a well, a gravity well of positivity that souls and spirits can go through. When we're, and again, when we're sleeping, the soul, it's not bound to the body. The spirit is free to move and operate and go wherever it goes. And that consciousness is very much you. It is you unchained. It is you unhinged. It is you creating your tomorrow. And so, again, focusing on what you want to be when you grow up, focusing on what you want to be and what you want to contribute, a healer or this or that, an astronaut. Focus, it'll get you where you're going. And if you don't exactly get there, it's going to get you a lot closer than you ever would have otherwise. Take care of you. Thank you for being here. We appreciate that very much indeed. Oh, interesting. Yeah. Laura Barton, you can definitely ask something. I'll check that out. Um, very welcome, Steph 1322. And Stephen said he's interested in William Wallace because of his Scottish descendants were involved with him. Um, oh, thank you, Squasley. You're awesome. You're awesome. Um, William Wallace connection. So lately, I have been feeling a very strong connection to the Celtic, to the Druidic ways, uh, to those families, to that energy. They've been pretty powerful. Um, that I feel has been coming through. Druidism, the Druidic system, is a system that is very. It's It was nearly lost, and the majority of it was obscure to the world. And I'm not there for the way the Druidic system, for the way the Druidic people have been erased from from memory, from history. I don't share all the details, though I tell you I've connected with them, and they don't want me to share a majority of the information that I have in connection with them because of that past. Though that aspect of William Wallace, of rousing his neighbors, of rousing his fellow countrymen, at seeing what was coming to his people, his father and brother, murdered, his whole family, his people taken. He lost everything. The woman he was supposed to have the rest of his life with, and he's like, fine, I could go settle down and screw it. I'll just be like every other man and live out my days in peace. I don't care. Run the world. England, king, government, I don't care. I'm going to do my little thing over here. When all of that was taken from him, he suffered. He was one of the very first to truly suffer the loss that was going to come to every man. Every man, every woman, and every child. The old ways of the ancestors, our mothers and our fathers of generations past, would be erased and dissolved through a hierarchy system of man seeking pride, envy, and vain glory. He was the like he was the early victim of that. And so when he saw what was about to come to every single person, he did not care about money or anything. He said, there is one reality that I have to stand up against. And if it takes my life, then so be it. But I'm going to stand every day that I can. And I'm going to rally every single person, every brother and every sister that I can, so that our ancestors live. He fought for the old ways of our ancestors, of our family, and he saw the value of that beyond squibbling and squabbling of who's rich and who's powerful, of who has fame or who dictates who gets how much water, or how the systems work, who's on top or who's on bottom. He understood that from top to bottom, from slave to king, if we did not stand up together, we were doomed. And he did what he did for his time to make that reality within everybody's mind and heart as true as it exists. And really, that's happened for person after person after person in their own land, for their own history, for their own particular historical religious event that has been christened, has been marked, that has been shown into our world as reality as it can be, as real as it can be, as existent as it can be. From individual who sought with peace to individual who sought with a sword in his hand, the resistance is never given up. Love. We've never given up love. We've never, ever given. Sometimes we get quiet. Sometimes we stay silent. That didn't mean we stopped fighting. We looked like we were sitting still, not doing anything, and they didn't realize the heavenly quantum spaces we were flying through to do good deeds, and how much truly the body was suffering or within the pain that was groaning, because we knew consciously in an emotionally and heartfelt way what we were connecting with and how precious it was to keep alive, to preserve its life. It truly is remarkable that humans are still alive on this planet. In my own mind, how humanity has not destroyed themselves must be divine intervention, must be intervention from another consciousness, another species, alien or God, invisible or physical, I don't care, but something else out there has been intervening to keep us alive. And day after day, from around the world in different media outlets, we are reminded that we are not alone. There is evidence of technologies out there beyond our understanding. And that stuff's being shared publicly and openly these days. You remember 20 years ago? You remember 20 years ago on that subject and people talking up on it? Whoa. Whoa. What a flipped of script. What what narrative, that narrative, what a change that it's taken. So join in, share, be a part, participate. The world becomes more beautiful with your participation. Here's one way of how that participation works immediately. I'm on here talking about what I like, what I think about 24/7. Or I think about it in my mind, and so I share. And it's not a script. It's not something I have to. I'm not saying this proudly, and I would. I There's a big part of me. It's like I'd rather kind of have things laid out and planned. Um, though I don't plan on a word I'm going to say for the whole broadcast each day, whether it be 5 hours, 9 hours, or an hour. I don't know what I'm going to say 2 minutes before. Usually, I'm trying to take a little hit off my little pen here, a little, have a coffee or get something in before, I'm not thinking about nothing. But I get on here and share, and then once I'm here, it's running. It's running. The engine's on. The fuel is going, and the broadcast happens. Um, and so, as you are inspired, somebody asked how old I was. I'm in my 40s. I'm trying to forget my age. I want to forget my age until I turn 50. And when I turn 50, then I can be reminded how my age. But right now, I'm just going to say I'm in my 40s. So, yeah, I am. And so, and where was it going? And so there are certain subjects, there is certain information that I'm going to talk about. I am happy to be engaged in particular discussions. Other things, I have nothing to say. Not interested in that. I've thought about that from the beginning to the end. I've closed the book, sent it back to the library. I'm done with it. I don't need to read that book again. I know everything that's in it. I've lived it, breathed it. I'm done with it. So then I have nothing to say. I have nothing to comment on. So as I inspire yourself, or as you're inspired from other things, then when you go on your broadcast or when you make your videos, you're going to talk about what you like to talk about. You're going to talk about what is most pertinent in your mind, what's pumping in your heart, and that's just going to flow. Now, I'm just playing pretend. I don't know, but so I'm in my 40s. So let's say somebody watching is in their 20s, let's say 10 years younger. And let's say there's another individual watching and they're in their 50s. They're 10 years older. So 10 years younger and 10 years older than myself. They're going to get a different message than what they're going to get. They're going to glean certain information and they're going to glean different information. Now, take these two individuals, they go and they present whatever they want in a video or whatever of how they're inspired. The one that's in their 50s, they're going to connect with the more mature, older audience that perhaps I'm not speaking correctly. I'm not exactly using the right words. They're not understanding what I'm saying. So the individual that's a little bit older than me, they're going to connect with those older ones. The one that's 10 years younger than me, when you go and you share what you have to share, you're going to connect with those at your age level and younger. Okay, so then that allows the broadcast of information to go out further. And you're going to say what you say as you're inspired. You're not controlled. You're not like, this is what I'm saying and da 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 da. This is your heart. This is what's flowing. This is what you were inspired to. And so, in that aspect, as a whole, as a family, as a network, as a quantum network, we now can take one language and share that same language with everybody. That's been a big problem and barrier of our cosmic family joining as one in humanity, is the fact that every 10 years or roughly thereabouts, new definitions are applied to old words, and grandfather to grandchild cannot communicate. They grandma to granddaughter, whatever, their lingo is different. They're speaking two different worlds of language. They know they're aliens to each other as far as communication. So nothing truly is getting through. And as I just described, in this way and in this format, that that we're currently working in that way, we can reach through further. And I'm not just sticking myself as the one, whatever the case. Though for each one that plugs into the network, for each one whose heart connects with any one of us, the whole thing gets lit up for them. And more and more and more do we encompass the world in positivity. And we all know that when you get something and you get it under your arm and you have to force and wrestle it into position, dude, that's never a happy outcome. Okay? That never goes on with the relationship where you're sitting on the couch together enjoying each other's presence. That ending will never happen between those two. So in order for us to move forward as humanity is concerned, we have to do it with nudges, with gentle moving maneuverings, not to like careful consideration. Let me help you, let me nudge you this way, let me give you the positive energy over here. Oh, I said too much, let me leave, let me go do my thing over here. This loose water flow type of long-term plan to smooth out all those jagged edges over that boulder, over that rock, that's the game. That's the strategy. That's the reality. Anyways, I'm going to go right off to the bathroom. I will be right back. So, you know how people talk about like living a long life and how people like spend a whole bunch of money to live like 10 extra minutes a year or something like that? So, if you've watched my channel or videos at all, kept up to any regard, for a good long while, I think it was 30 days plus, I was documenting these grapes next to my altar and how they turned to raisins. I've done it in Michigan, I've done it in New Mexico, I've done it without AC, without heater, no temperature manipulation whatsoever. It was the conditions that be. So from hot to cold to everything as nature can be. And when I put grapes by my altar and I leave them there, that's all I do. I lighting incense or not, nothing matters. When I do that, they turn to raisins. So just to show you, See? You ever seen raisins still on the vine? That's what winds up happening. They turn to, or yeah, they are raisins. They are raisins, and they're connected to the vine there. And I found this scientific piece that explained it took a year after I had started doing this regularly, like without effort, and found out about it and saw the results. A year after that, I saw a scientific piece come out, and you may or you may not know, and I may be mispronouncing it, but I think I got this right. It's the telomeres. The telomeres are like these things within our DNA, and at the ends, they wind up like deducing, they reduce over time, and that essentially the length of the end of the telomere is how long we have to live. Essentially, it's our life being reduced. Now, the reduction of that telomere within us reduce, and we it's when our blood essentially copies itself, so it reproduces itself. So every single time it copies itself, that telomere gets a little bit shorter and a little bit shorter and a little bit shorter. And so on a very scientific level, they have not found a way to extend life in that regard of making the telomere last, of extending it. However, what they have scientifically been able to do is to slow the rate of decay in which the life would seemingly live longer, but it is because it is decaying at a slower rate. Therefore, it's not turned into trash so fast. Okay, like the body, the blood, the telomere is actually slowing down its rate of decay. So, for the amount of the grapes, the bugs aren't infesting them, they turn to raisins, okay, because the rate of decay around the altar. So with the rate of decay slowed down, then it doesn't actually rot. I could do it with an apple. Look, this apple, bro, is over 3 months old. Like, I've been using it for something else, but the apple was like over 3 months old, and it just shrivels. It just loses moisture, um, and that is because the frequency of stones and energy slows down the rate of decay and allows an extension of the presumance of longer life. And this requires peace and love. This requires a lot of dedication. That dedication translates into your attention span. How long can something hold your attention? Ooh, I got another one here. Look, the grapes. Look, not grapes, tomatoes. Look, these are little tomatoes. I've had these for over 4 months. That's a tomato. That's a little tomato. I got a whole like thing of them. See, that one's not completely shriveled up yet. They've just been sitting off to the side. These are older than 4 months. Still edible, still good. The ones that are drier, that are harder, that have actually dehydrated all the way through, pop one of these into some water. Tastes just great as it did the day it was fresh. Pax Messian. Yes, how do I not have critters? Because this is the energy of the stones I talked about creating your own portal a long time ago, and essentially, you get a bunch of rose quartz stones and you put them in a circle. Um, you stand within it. Anyways, with the altar, with the stones, with the energy regularly worked that I work, it does not allow the energy for those types of things. It's preservation, and it's life. It's not deterioration. A lot of those critters, they're looking for things that are rotting, and I don't have things that are per se rotting. They are transforming. They're transforming the Indians. They gosh, Permican. I'm mispronouncing it, but it was beef. I think it was buffalo. It was a mixture. It was the Indian said it was buffalo, and I think there was like a dried fruit, and then there was something else in it. But essentially, the meat was like cooked, dehydrated, as you cooked it all the way through to where it was like hard. It could be eaten like a jerky, and pemmican, and they could literally, you could have it for months and weeks and years, and the stuff would not mold, the stuff would not get bad, and if you threw it into a pot of stew, it had all the fresh place, taste and flavor and all that good stuff. And so essentially what I've found that I've been doing is not letting food waste and go to rot, but has been an active experimental reality in which I have found out how to preserve food and make it laster as the ancients did, as the ancestors did, without refrigeration, without electricity, without some modern tool to pull from to create it. And so that type of ancient wisdom and knowledge, certainly some pretty cool stuff. Tara Wilkinson, I do Pemmican. Pemmican. Thank you, Bassie. Thank you, Bassie. Pemmican. The pemmican cakes or balls. Yes. Um, I look like a desert shaman. At first, I read that as dessert shaman. I was like, dessert shaman and desert shaman. Yeah, I'll take that. Yeah, you know what? Boom, Carla, I just need to walk into a movie. um, and Tira, thank you for hanging out. Thank you for being here. Um, I'm not going to say sorry that happened, and hear me out. People's actions will tell you everything, while their words will lie to you because they're after something else. I watched videos yesterday or the day before. I think it was yesterday, maybe the day before. It was yesterday. And I was going through, I don't watch these kind of videos. I was hanging out somewhere else, and was being watched, not my selection, but was on the, somebody had picked up the pie and they threw it at their significant other in the face. Like cream pie, whatever it was, but that's what they did. And I'm like, that's not cool. If somebody did that to me, it's the last time I'm going to hang out with them. It's the last time I'm going to sit there and eat food in the same room with them. It's the last time I trust them. My mother, what she taught me is trust is a valuable thing. Trust, to have trust means you kind of get away with anything. But if a person has abused that trust, if they have misused that trust, then that trust gets taken away and they're treated like a fucking stranger. Now, I don't trust you. You're a stranger. You could do anything to me. I don't trust you anymore. You got to earn that trust if you want it back with me, and you're going to have to gruel for it. Not because I want you to, but because what you did was heinous, and I ain't letting that crap ever happen to me again. I ain't crying because I let somebody nice to me who I was trying to help put me into the ground. My emotions, my mind, my body. It was Mother's Day just a couple moments ago. Whether you're a mom or not, you a woman, you a lady, you do not deserve to be treated like that. Not one day, not any day. And somebody doing to you that to you, they are a child and they do not deserve to be in the same room with you. They deserve whatever their lot is with a group who is just like them, which is all by them damn selves. And it's away from people with a loving heart like you. That's what I got to say on that reality. Shit. I wouldn't go back to it. I'd never trust them again, not a day in my life. I'm done. I'll forgive them. Hell, I'll give them a present and send them on their damn way out my life. Or I'll take the exit stage right and walk off myself. Sheesha. The one thing I decided a long time ago, however I go out of this world, it is not going to be next to somebody who is degrading my mind or my heart or my body. I ain't going out like that. I can't control how I die. I can't control when I die. None of that's in the cards for me to call. But what I can control is God dog it who I keep around me on a regular basis and what my chances are going to look like in that situation. Let alone let some naive prick next to me who's just going to use me, woman, man, or child alike. I could care less. Nah, peace. Peace knowing that I worked hard, and the person, if there was a person around, they acknowledged the work, they acknowledged the pain, they acknowledged my life through kindness and respect every day. Maybe they had a bad moment, sure, we all have bad moments, but they didn't come back and keep beating me, they didn't keep treating me like that, they didn't that's not the regular way that we interact. So those kind of moments can be understood. But somebody on a day-to-day basis, and that's what they do, and just to have fun, just to watch somebody else get hurt so that they can laugh, that they got to put somebody else down, that they got to hurt somebody to get their kicks or their rocks off. Nah, that person, may they not exist in the world of this future, wherever we're evolving to. May they not be there. I tell you what, Tira, pray. However you pray, you pray. I was just like yourself many years ago. I was stuck in a situation. I literally, if I left, I was going to have absolutely nothing. I was going to be destitute and I was going to be absolutely screwed. So I was stuck for many years. Many years. I was stuck suffering only what I was stuck suffering. And so I got something to read, and I was stuck suffering what I was suffering until I found Sekhmet. Sekhmet is the lion headed goddess. Essentially, she is a protectress. I cried out to her because I found what I'm going to read for you, and I started reading it every day. And she delivered me. She didn't just deliver me, she built me up. How do I mean a goddess, an Egyptian goddess built me? What am I talking about here? Let's put it into Divine Mother context. The Divine Mother became aware of my situation as I reached out to her, and through a plethora of people, I was built up emotionally, I was built up mentally, and I even built myself up physically. And I made a plan, and I did not tell the one I was with. And I held this plan for a year plus. It was a 2-year plan, actually. And I held this and I worked towards it every day. They never listened to him when I tried to tell them something, so it didn't matter. I didn't need to tell them nothing. They never listened to me anyways. So I made my plan and I worked every day. And I was built up divinely through miraculous meetings, chance interactions, and other ways of divine natures. People doing tarot readings and oracle readings for me. And then I left. I left and I moved clear across the country from one side to the clear opposite side. I moved from bottom to top, I should say. I moved. And somehow event after event occurred, and it has been a journey. It's been a journey, ups and downs, but it has continued going up regardless. The downs did not go down, down. It was like going up, 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 up. Oh, it's just taking off. Anyways, if you would like to or not, you can close your eyes, be more connected, like as in a prayer. Um, Though I'm going to read that now for anybody in a similar situation. This is a very powerful prayer, and Sekhmet is no joke. When I called on her, she answered. I'm going to be very clear at this point, okay? And I don't mean any offense to anybody, but I've said my Christian prayers, and I did not get turnaround immediate answer. No. But when I've reached out to Sekhmet, she turns around, and that day I started seeing a difference. That next morning, things started changing. My life, the whole temple. Sekhmet came in, she saw me, she heard my cry for help, she saw my innocent, abused, battered, and shattered heart, and how I was holding on to the pure and innocence of it all through all of that. And she answered. She answered by being there every single day and keeping an eye on me throughout everything. And believe it or not, the Divine Mother and the Divine Mother, Sekhmet all the way to Christian, I don't care what name or title you give it, it's the same embodiment. It's the same one with different faces. They're connecting to the people that were alive at their time, and that was the best mode of understanding they had to connect. Some prayers I've found are stronger than others. Others, they require a little bit from everybody, and that's how the whole thing really kicks off. Anyways, as it was in Memphis, so be it now. Hear us, we beseech thee, O powerful one, Lady of Reket, Lady of Beket, Lady of Set, Lady of Rasari, Lady of Tashar and Sahar, Mother in the horizon of Aru in heaven, in the Tet boat of millions of years. Thou art the great defender. Thou art overthrower of Ketu. Preserve us from the evil chamber of the souls of Hesra. Deliver us from the abodes of fiends. O thou who art Sekhmet, life giver to the gods, Sekhmet, Lady of Flame, Sekhmet, Great One of Magic, Sekhmet, Eternal is thy name. O hear us now, Sekhmet with lioness head, Sekhmet whose color is red, Sekhmet daughter of Ra, Sekhmet consort of Hikubateora, Sekhmet mighty is thy name. Hear us, O Sekhmet, goddess of pestilence, goddess of war, Sekhmet, queen of the wastelands, Sekhmet, terrible is thy name. O come to us, Sekhmet, destroyer of rebellions, Sekhmet, scorching eye of Ra, Sekhmet, protector, ruler, Sekhmet, holy is thy name. O reveal thyself to us, Sekhmet, mother of the Nethernom Devkamiel Shen you, Sekhmet, mistress of the crowns, Sekhmet, thou art called only one. Sekhmet, beloved is thy name. Possess us now, O great one, Nezor, greater than Isert, Sefiparim Hesrabu Kishtif, greater than Hathor, Pasha Kasa, greater than Bast, Parahak Kaparu, greater than Mahat. Sekhmet, mysterious is thy name. We are lost in mystery. Sekhmet, preeminent one, Sekhmet, light beyond darkness, Sekhmet, sovereign of her father, Sekhmet, hidden is thy name. Rapturous our dying, Lady of Amt, of Aminta, Lady of Manu, Lady of Sa, of Frastor, Lady of Tebnef, of Alkut, Lady of Aru, of Yavin. Thou art the Neteret, Amisesher, destroyer, upholder, thou art the terror before which fiends tremble. Thou art lust, thou art life, ever burning one. Tegaresa Pusarem Kakar, Metsevipurim Hesrabu Tishtif, mistress of enchantment, source and word of power, forbidden is thy name. We are the sealed ones. Do not consume us with thy fire. Give us light, O Queen, Parahaka Keparu, mightier than the Netanomadevakamiel than you. From the Atanard of Kevinu, adoration rises unto thee, who makest sound their bone and preservest them from terror. All beings hail thee, O Queen Parahaka Keparu, mightier than the Netanomadevakamiel than you. Preserved beyond death, that secret name, O being called Mutpasha Kasa, Mutpasha Kasa, Mutpasha Kasa. At the throne of silence, even shall no more be spoken than encircling one. We lose ourselves in thee. Kepra, 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 Ra, 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 Hartuma, Tuma, Tum, Kansu, 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 Arsemitor, Jabo, Banana, Shimtroina, Arsemitor, Jabo, Banana, Shimtroina, Arsemitor, Jabo, Banana, Shimtroina, Abradabra, Abradabra, Abradabra. Oh, I like that one. Serving my Redeemer. Mentioned the angel fetched Peter out of prison, but it was prayer that fetched the angel. Yup, yup. Great comment. Great comment. Uh, oh, thank you, Pax Mason. And I'll share. I've been wanting to share this, but I haven't shared it. It's a little secret. But when you when you say the word, it's ah, bra, 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 hadabra. It's not a C, it's an H midway through. It's ha, not ka. That's the C. Abraka, abraha, hadabra, abrahadabra. That makes it work. The C invalidates its actual incantation. Somebody asked the other day a very particular question, and there's particular comments which are okay. I understand where they're coming from. And to those that are regularly uh, watching, tuning in, when you hear conflict come from somebody, understand that the conflict is not about you, it's the conflict they have within themselves. And Jesus in the desert, he tells Satan, when he told Satan to get behind him, okay, he wasn't walking with the devil outside of him. He wasn't walking with Satan outside of himself. He was speaking within himself. That was speaking to him from within himself and giving him thoughts that he did not want to have. So he said, get behind me, because my will has determined that I am going this way, and this is what I choose to think about while I walk this way. I ain't looking back there. Go on. Shoe off. In the Bible, also back in the Old Testament, I say this quite often, it says, you are all gods. We've talked and we've understood the difference between deities and personal energy. Have you been keeping up? Then you understand that the activation of those gods and goddesses, of those deities, is activation of dormant energy within the self. And we are the quantum, we are interacting with the quantum network with every single being in existence, as we are all working to be better, to develop, to grow beyond what was our past, which was limitations that we needed for that time, limitations we needed for that duration, because if we did more, we might have caused too much harm or ruin to really continue on in life and have a mind and interact and really be, okay in life to interact. And so when people respond with negativity, understand that they are still working out the duality within themselves. And anything we have to share is to assist them to get to that singularity, that unity within themselves, to pull their own duality into that unified field of consciousness that they definitely can evolve, mature, and develop into. And we can't force that connection. We can't force that. But to be sure and hand the correct serving, and not to taint that serving, not to taint that experience with fighting back unnecessarily without having to, oh, this is what I said, and you could only believe what I said. They're on their journey and they're gathering the pieces that they need. Maybe they just got everything they needed from us. Time for us to exit stage right. Let them have the main stage. Let them do what they're going to do. That's okay. They need that moment. They're going to have that experience, because it is those experiences that turn us truly into, that transform us into the tree of life. For a tree of knowledge can only hand you a cup and tell you one thing to do. But the tree of life is living and active, and every single day and every single circumstance requires just a little bit of modification so that it can work correctly. Nothing is correctly the same. You can get two very different, you could get two cars, vehicles, driving vehicles, Ford, driving car. You get two of the exact same cars. They were made exactly the same way, same assembly line, same everything. And down their life, because they were driven by two different drivers, one for each, this one's going to have certain problems that's going to be needed to be tended to. This car's going to have certain issues. And this car is going to have certain issues that are not the same. They're the same car. They're the same thing. They got the same abilities, the same shifting mechanisms, but they're two different results. They're two different vehicles in the end because they've been driven differently. So to respect that and to understand that with other people allows them to continue on their own journey of self-reflection, self-understanding without obstruction from the very source material where they got it. Because if the information given was served with hate or anger or vengeance or some type of emotional or verbal attack or slur, well, then the good information is now poisoned and the person is not going to take that information. Our time with them was wasted. And that's why it's important to, at least for what I've learned in my own interactions, to maintain that peace and to never truly return to anybody what they have done to me, but to transmute that energy into positivity and create wonderful blessings with all that energy. For energy cannot be created nor destroyed, for it is just transferred, and us humans transfer energy most effectively through emotional transmission. Thank you. Thank you for subscribing. I appreciate that, Tiara. Um, how can I be more happy? I'll take any advice. So, happiness. Happiness is really going to spawn from love, living one vibrational energy, and that's your joy and that's your happiness, and staying in that aspect. Though this channel, I've got a lot of lives, 9 hour days, 9 hour consecutive lives, 5 hour lives. I've got a lot of videos as well in the short videos and in the longer videos. There is a plethora of information on this channel in which can be plucked from of from meditation techniques to creating talismans to telepathic communication, just literally all every subject of the matter, and I'll continue coming on and sharing each day. So one thing that meditation, we'll talk about meditation, and that stuff has been mentioned, but one thing about meditation, and staying in this vibration of love and focusing on what your goal is in life and seeing that that's special to you, that's your treasure in your heart. What truly is the reward of meditation and a spiritual journey is peace and nirvana. Hetep to the Egyptians, to the Kemetics, Hetep and nirvana are one and of the same. It's this internal peace that cannot be swayed by outside events. For me, when I was in a situation that was causing me immense distress on a day, emotional distress on a daily basis, serious, heavy emotional distress on a daily basis. I found the Divine Mother on the Egyptian side, and I prayed all day long, essentially, to her, and she would legitimately bring me peace of mind, peace of heart, and like just complete peace. And the peace was literally a blessing. The nirvana, the hetep, the reward for one's spiritual journey, the reward of meditation, and all of that is peace. That's the reward. So, really, happiness, to stay happy every single day, it's not conducive to a good life. But to be at peace, see, the situation could be messed up, the emotions could be on a negative side, but even in that moment, peace is not necessarily an emotional quality. Peace is a state of being. So peace can actually come in and interrupt negative emotional turmoil. Peace can actually come in and interrupt too much happiness, because too much happiness means I'm not paying attention to the road before me, and I'm likely to make a mistake because I'm so focused and geared on being happy. So peace is more essential and is more valuable than happiness. And that peace is something that is, again, it's work through meditation. I'll share a technique with you right off the bat. Meditation. So normally in our mind we have thoughts hitting us over and over and over: person in the room, person in the house, person that bumped into us at the store, events happening to us in our mind over and over and over, and we can't shut it off. So an easy, a very direct and straightforward meditation working is to set a timer on your phone or otherwise. Start off with a 5 minute timer. And before you begin, you're going to think of one word. It could be any word. I like to use the word love. So once you hit the timer, once the timer's hit, what we wind up doing is we stop thinking. We're not thinking about anything. We're not talking about anything, and we close our eyes during this time period. So every time, no, things and ideas are going to populate in my mind. And every time they do, in my mind, I'm going to say love. If those words come back, I'm going to go back, and in my mind, I'm going to say love. I am training my mind to focus on one thing. No, you don't get to waver off. I'm focusing on love. No, you don't get to waver off. I'm focusing on love. And you do this each day. And you could do it 3 times. I personally recommend 3 times a day. That might be a little excessive at the start, but at least 1 time a day. Do this every day. And keep this up for 40 days. It's very important. Keep it up for 40 days. At least once a day. After that, you would have number one, developed beyond 5 minutes. You would have been able to set that timer for 10 minutes and make it through and barely need to say love 3 times. You're going to make advancement. Okay, those 40 days are going to prove advancement. Secondarily, and also a good aspect, is that after doing this meditation for 40 days consecutively, what's going to happen is that it's going to now be a habit. Because you did it for 40 days consecutively, now even though you don't even care to do it, you don't have to do it. The 41st day, you don't have to do it. You're done. Homework's done. You don't have to do it. But I guarantee you that 41st day or that 42nd day, you're going to be like, dude, I feel like going into my meditation. And you're going to do it because you want to. And that's the formula for creating a new habit. And that new habit is going to replace an old habit. An old habit that was negativity, an old habit that was following somebody's negativity, maybe a old habit that was responding and reacting to somebody's negative energy. But now, because we're trained to listen to our own thoughts and know that's not something I want to think about, and we can push that thought right, let it just fly right on by. Well, now as we move into public and talking and interacting with people, we could do the same thing, Johnny on the spot, and they didn't even know we did all that right here. They're emotionally plugged into the situation. They think they got us balls by the reins and all emotionally jacked up. Now we walk away not even caring and think about, oh, I'm gonna go to, go get myself a burger or something. I'm gonna go to the store and do this, or I'm gonna go home and play this video game, or whatever you're gonna go do next. Thank you, thank you. So one thing about my eyeliner is that I don't know, I didn't do it super great this morning. I just touched it up, but I'll come down and I'll follow this crevice, and then it's just I don't know. Okay, okay. Let's get serious here. Let's get some real strategist talk here as far as going out into the world. Somebody said, who was it? What was the name? Vargas. Vargas said I wish I could wear my eyeliner out like you are genuinely. Okay. I love the Egyptian, so the Eye of Ra is essentially the Eye of Ra and Hebrew is essentially what I got going on. Comes out over here, and anyways, I like the feline look. I like the cat, the lioness, lion kind of a vibe that this has come to. And essentially, I just did my eyes regular around the brim, more so connecting with the Egyptian aspect than anything. It was, again, my thing is Egyptian, Egyptian, Egyptian. So then I'm legally blind in my left eye. So my vision in my left eye, blurry, not good, peripheral vision only. So I would put the Eye of Heru over this eye to give the spirit realm authority of sight over my eye. So, Divine Sun, please guide my life, see through my eye. I give you this eye, essentially, is what the makeup is saying. And then I was after long enough, I was like, well, might as well compliment mine. At some point, it wasn't my own idea. I was divinely guided to. I was it was not my conscious plan or idea to do it. But when I was doing my makeup, I was like, do the other one too. I was like, okay, I did the other one. And again, I was giving divine authority to the divine father. You see over my eye. So they call it the eye of Hiru and the eye of Ra. Though in all reality, that eye is the divine mother's eye. Okay, like this is what the stories go back to. It's the divine mother. It is her eye that is seeing. So through the younger of myself, through the older, wiser of myself, the mother can see before me. She can measure the world, she can see what is, and I can receive that divine guidance to move forward. Anyways, explanation aside, or explanation as is, this is where we're going to get into some real talk. Find something that you love and experiment with your eyeliner. Shoot, go buy a jar or a tube or whatever of eyeliner, and yeah, it costs the money it costs, but this one is experimental. We're going to put it on and we're going to play with the looks. We're going to see how that looks. We're going to do the eye raw. We're going to do this. We're going to do that. Maybe we like this. Maybe we like that. And try it out. You can wash it off right away. You don't have to. It's not, we're playing. We're just checking it out. And so then when you find something that you really like that is different from the norm and it makes people go, when they see you, because it's not what you normally wear. It's not the normal accepted. Guess what? There's no legal law. There's no governmental law telling you you can't wear eyeliner however you darn well choose to. You get to put makeup on your face, and no, there's no laws on that. So when you go interact with people, the same people that see you every day, and their brain starts thinking other things, that's when you're really free. Because they're making up false stories about you in that moment. They're not thinking about you as a person that you were. So now you have no describable pattern to follow. Because you broke the pattern that people were used to, they can't predict your future. If they can't predict your future, and you're very aware of who you are and what you're doing every single day of your life, then they are constantly confused while you are moving forward. It puts your opposition in confusion. Your opposition don't even know how to stand up to you anymore. Why? Because you changed the way you do your eyeliner. It got all the pricks that were being nice to you out of your way. They were only being nice because they wanted this favor or that or this. Get them out the picture by letting them be confused in judgment. And that's how you take your life back. That's how you be the kid that you've always been. You were not the mofo that got, do what I tell you to do, do what I tell you. You were free. You ran outside. You loved. You screamed. You laughed. You hollered. You enjoyed. You lived. And now we're stuck to going along with the script. So that's where I found if I can reach outside, if there's not a law on that and it's okay, I'm not hurting nobody, shoot, I'm going to bust out on that norm. I'm going to do it. Why? Because I can, and there's nothing wrong with it. I'm going to live life the way I would enjoy it. I'm going to make life fun. So let people be confused. Let people judge. It puts you in your own lane, which means they bumping into each other because they're the ones that they're talking to, not you. If you had a real friend, I'm not saying you don't, but if there is a real friend, if there is somebody that cares, they're going to come up and they're going to chat with you. They'll be like, yo, what's up? And you'll be like, let's go grab a bite to eat after work, all right? And then you're going to go have a chat. And that person's going to be like, whoa, and they're going to be inspired. And that's an entire movement without picket signs. That's walking right into the enemy's lair and implanting the seeds of love, man. Spy versus spy stuff, but loving energy. Loving energy truly trumping the bad. True loving energy. welcome, Vodkas. These are the aspects in which I've been able to keep my sanity, to keep my positivity. It's these kind of nuggets of gold that I yearn to share with you, because for my daughter's passing away 2 years ago, this is what I would be doing. This is what I would want to share with them. How to overcome their environment, not physically, but how to remain who they are emotionally, because somebody is going to get inside of their heart and their mind. They're going to poison them, and they're going to leave them destitute emotionally, not wanting to talk to anybody, because they're going to feel like if they talk to somebody, they're going to be attacked for it. So not only did the attacker and abuser do the long-term traumatizing damage, but they also put them in a mental and emotional cage in which they themselves are stuck. And it doesn't matter how much we try to protect our children. Guess what? That kind of moment's going to happen in their life. This world it's not an ocean of fish. It is an ocean full of sharks. All the sharks ate all the fish. So if you want to protect your baby, you've got to let them know what is up and how to survive this shark-infested world. It is not easy, and they are going to get beat down, and people just want to focus on the good times, drink the good drinks, smoke the buzz, have all the fame and crap, and let their children and everyone around them suffer in agony. That's what I can't live with. That's what I can't accept. That's what I don't do. That's why I dress the way I dress, to get people to be like, what the is going on? Your life is going on, bro. Sis, your life. And you're going to miss out on it if you don't take control of it. Because someone else, they came into your hardware and they got your spirit by the boo-boos. And you ain't even living life the way you would do. You're living it according to what other people would deem as cool or not cool. What kind of life is that? Going and watching something that you don't even like to please somebody else? No, thank you, bro. If that's not my flavor, I'm not suffering it. It's not my flavor. My flavor is more like coffee. One person said I was more like turtle cheesecake with nuts. Matt Wood, I appreciate your comment, because your comments actually, it's good, because the end portion said, if you're doing it for views. Whoa. Now this one's for everybody. This one's for everybody. This is life for me, bro. This is how I like to be every day of my life. Okay? Like, these bracelets don't come off. They're like tied on. Like, there's no, like, this shit's like, this is life, bro. People are like, do you take your necklaces off? I take like these three off. I mean, I've got more, and I kind of went through a little, like, I had a whole bunch, and I took a bunch off, and I was like, I like this. This is a nice look. I got these on there, whatnot. I like those. Those are cool. Those are tied off, come off. This is live. I woke up and put on my easiest stuff, bro. Like, literally, like, I'm chilling right now. I didn't get dressed up for anybody. And that's what I'm getting at, though, is people do things to get views, to get money, to do this, to do that. I had two daughters to be a father to, and they died 2 years ago. 3 years, 2022, 3 years ago now. Well, Well, I never lost sight on being a father. I don't need a woman next to me to be a father. And there's plenty of orphans in this world. There's plenty of widows in this world. There's plenty of individuals who never had a parent to actually give them some advice that no one else would mention. I'm just a father showing up. And if that father needs to be a brother or a stranger or a sister or a shaman or a this or a that, then you know what? Let me put on that flavor for someone's not even knowing it. But that just happens to be our connection. People alter who they are to get what they want. And I have found the only way to do what I want to do is to be who I am. I don't know how to act. I don't know how to put clothes on that make you like me. Screw people's opinions. That did nothing but hurt. Valued, constructive criticism coming from a teacher in the heart of a father or a loving mother, well, that's one thing. But straight up, anything else from anyone else? It's an age of authenticity. You can't fake it. An actor is an actor, and I ain't saying any bad thing on any actors, bro. There's some actors that I truly believe they're living it. They are putting themselves into emotional situations from their own past in order to bring to life what people want to see in the moment. Well, damn, they time traveling. They are ripping open their heart so that people could see something real. And for me, shoot, I can't follow no script. I can't dance someone else's dance. I can do what I like to do. And I believe each person should do that. Each person should follow their heart. When people get dressed up, they look real fine. They make encouraging speeches. And then they go home and they're angry. And they go home and they shout. They do other things. Looks have taught me that looks are no more important than the cover of a book. And the cover of a book, it could look real shiny. Hell, it could smell real good too. It could be priced up there right with the best books on the top shelf. But its contents could be full of utter crap. If someone is judging by an outward appearance, then they are truly already lost. And that's just in life. That is observation of life. That's when you become aware of your environment, you can make the correct steps forward. But when one tries to manipulate, to overtly control, to dominate into existence what they want, that's what I've seen is the equivalence of going against divine law and order, and that does not reap good rewards for anybody. That reaps utter destruction. Ultimately, no matter how long lived or short lived the success may be within the middle. But that topic, like doing things for other reasons, that's where we get that's where I have found a lot of problems happen. I've helped people in my past they expected more out of me. There was just one person, I was cleaning their house. I was living there and I was cleaning their house. I was washing dishes and washing the lawn, not the laundry yet, but I was, washing I was cleaning areas, people didn't even ask me to clean or do. And, uh, and then one day, the lady of the house, not jokingly, very seriously, alluding to me washing the clothes, she said to me, "You better step up your workload. Like, you better step up what you're doing. Like, wash my clothes too. I got other things you got to do." Just complete control and not even happy with the little. Because she felt like she wasn't getting an even, or she felt like she wasn't taking advantage of me enough, or she felt she hadn't. I don't know. I really don't care. Though in creating a magical effect, a miracle, in populating a miracle in life, a couple of the primary ingredients is that you have envisioned like the end result, but that end result is going to shift or change. Like, it's going to be populated, it's going to come together, but we're not exactly going to be able to put everything where and when and how we like it to be. Like, the wish is fulfilled, the desire is met, but the end result is left up to the ultimate divine to decide how that should really play out in this plane of existence. So, um, following the divinity within each one of us, following one's heart chakra through prayer, through meditation, through coherence of consideration of the entire global planet. Like, these are the materials of manifesting a positive forward development. And yeah. Oh, you're cool, bro. Oh, you're cool. Uh, Jay the Sasquatch. Hey, bro, look, number one, you're a moderator. Boom. It's done. Number two, Jay the Sasquatch. Like, I had this dream as like a young teenager. I was a teenager when this came into my mind. But I envision one day I walk into the woods. I don't know which woods or where the woods, but like a thick forest, bro. Thick, deep, gonna get lost. And I walk in this forest without a map, without a compass, without any looking back. I don't know how to get back. I don't know how to get out. I'm going in. And I start walking into this forest. And Sasquatch, the big man himself, comes up and finds me and like grabs me by the hand or something, and like I follow him, and he's like takes me back to a cave, and it's like the entrance, is super hidden, but like it's this huge circular room with like a domed roof, all cave. It's like dug out clean cave, and it has like this huge table and like circular oval to oval, and like there's all these Sasquatches sitting at the chair, and there's a big chair, but it has a little chair for me, and like, boom, they sit me down at the table with them, and I get to join the family of Sasquatches, and I'm never seen or heard from again. Yes, please. Mountain Parrot, hell yeah, man. Like, yeah, that's what I envision happening. scary. Dude, if I saw Sasquatch, I'd be like, bro. Also, in this lifetime, I'm 5 foot. I'm not 6 foot. I'm not that tall. But like, when I see like a 6 foot plus or 7 foot, like when I see a tall dude, like I don't care where it is, I don't care what I'm wearing, I don't care where. Like, I go up to that dude and I'm like, dude, like, can I just get a high five or like a fist bump or like, I gotta have an interaction with that person because just giants are cool, man. Giants are real, man, and I mean massive connection with the Giants. I definitely have, because like I imagine a house like, or maybe like not maybe, but like in another kind of vision, I've envisioned living in a house and there's like this like 7 foot 2 dude all the way down to like small little like 2 3 foot tall dude, chicks and all in between. And so like there's stuff up on the top shelves and like I imagine the little dude and he's like, yo, he gets the giant. He's like, could you help me get this stuff? And he's like, yeah, and the boo helps him out. And then whatever the tall dude needs stuff from the bottom low areas, he goes and gets somebody who like can get that stuff easier. And so like everybody's like different sized, but like everybody could help reach something and get something to someone that normally they couldn't get to or would hurt their back, or you know what I'm saying? And so like I could imagine like a house where people are like they learn how to like they become a family and a unit and like they can do stuff that other people can't because they can get things faster. And yeah, anyways. Yeah, exactly. The giants in the Norse mythology, man, they're real, man. Like to me, it's like to me those are real stories. Those are actual accounts to some degree. I mean, there are even accounts of giants with American native tribes and the conquistadors, Spaniards, whatever, from Europe came over and interacted with. And giants very real. And if you ever been to a sports game, football or basketball or whatever, these people are giants. They are giants. Currently, I just see all of them, and in my mind, I think about all the giants in the world, and they are very much alive and kicking. And, anyways, I always see everything as a part of a family, mm, not competing. People think competition. People believe that you need to have competition to truly get better at something. And yes, that competition is valid and very real in that effect. You gotta have, you gotta create some heat if you want to create a blade, kind of a talk, kind of reality. Though, though I see a community of giants out there. That's all. Mm. Oh, that's great. That's interesting, Vargas. It was interesting because I looked at my hand and I was like, I'm supposed to have 6 fingers. This was like, I don't know, 2 or 3 years ago or something. And I was just like, I was looking at my hands and I'm like, I'm supposed to have 6 fingers. I'm looking at my hand and I'm like, that hand, there's supposed to be another finger on there. And the way like the bones look and everything. And then I saw some documentary and they go back and they're like, yeah, there's these giants and there's these people and they have actual records of them. They found like skeletal whatever remains and they had 6 fingers and 6 toes on each hand. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yes. forever roaming. Yeah, that's it's actually really amazing because in that context, there are Hindu temples. I forget the guy's name. I do like his videos, but he goes to this one Hindu temple, and they literally have a stegosaurus. It is carved into the stone, part of the temple, and it's a stegosaurus being utilized as like I don't know, like a cow or helping the people draw something. It was there's a clear stegosaurus, full body of a stegosaurus walking with the people carved into the temple. Like stuff survived a lot longer than people are aware, and that's why belief is so important. Belief not to argue, but belief so as to open the mind. For only a mind that is open, a mind that believes, can populate a miracle, can populate something that would happen that otherwise would not seem natural, something of a quantum nature, a quantum entangled nature. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah, definitely. Um, I love dinosaurs. Okay, so I've been like kind of sharing stuff like whatever. But when I was a little kid, there was this area I'd drive by. Well, I wasn't driving, I was a little kid, but I'd be in the car, and there's this wooded area, and every time we passed by it, I was like, "There's dinosaurs back there." I was like, I knew there's dinosaurs. They're like hidden. They were hiding back there. This is what I thought, anyways. I was just a kid. And and then like years later, I hadn't been to that area in years, and I drove through there with somebody or myself, and they had cut down all those trees and they put up some apartments. I felt so bad because I was like, I knew they'd kill my dinosaurs. They weren't there no more. They were gone. Uh, but those must have been some interesting days indeed. They talk about how they made the pyramids, and they talk about how much they love the beast, the bull. But then they never, they always put men pulling these blocks, just regular humans, no giants, no big ox, no bulls, not the Apis bull that was prized and honored so much. Hmm. Energetic stabilization will lead to your life being restored. Energetic stabilization will lead to your life being restored. Everything boils down to energy and frequency. The more we are interacting with something, the more we are able to copy that resonance, that frequency, that information, and thus become. I explained this to somebody a while ago, and it would make sense of why. Yeah. Anyways, I talked about this earlier today about the resurrection of Jesus, the resurrection of the dude, and how he was crucified, he was killed upon a dead tree, but how you are a you are his resurrection. You are the resurrection of the divine deities that have walked as man and woman on this earth. We live reborn. They live through us because we carry their memory. We have lived their struggles. We have lived among men who would take our kindness and return violence. And the spirit of love is something that is very much being brought to life today, these days. When I would when I got to a particular juncture of my spirituality on my shamanic journey, I would bring people into my portal, the stones, the rose quartz stones laid out in a circle, rectangle, whatnot. And then I take my sound bowls, my gong, and I'll walk around the person and I play the sound bowls and I play the gong because it activates the crystals and the latent energy that is the dormant energy that is within the stone, within the quartz, becomes activated. This is legitimate science, legit science. And so when that energy becomes active, the person is free from all outside obstruction energy. They're able to connect quantumly, spiritually, astrally, whichever word you want to use on that. They connect through that network with through themselves. I don't need to tell them anything. I just say close your eyes and I play the gong in the sound bowl. Just sound. And when that moment is happening, I know what is occurring is that they are receiving blessings. Blessings of information, of wisdom, of life, of divinity, of spiritual connection. Not what I want to say, or but they're getting what they need on that aspect through a spiritual, through that quantum side of things. And when the ceremony, I like to call it a jam because it usually lasts for like 2 or 3 minutes. It's not long, not at all, not those ones. And the person comes out, they feel better, the problems are off the shoulders, and it's had great effect. It's had very powerful, lasting effect. And it's like all the spiritual rewards, all the spiritual breakthroughs, the positive, just the positive, the good stuff. Like somehow they get access to that. That's the good stuff. And again, going back to what I said a moment ago, the longer we hang around something, the more we're going to copy its frequency, the more we're going to become that vibration. So by hanging out with you each day, by spending time with you each day, as you're here and I'm here, there is that energy of peace. There is that frequency of calm that exists, that goes forth. And there are those spiritual updates and awarenesses, those little pieces to become aware of, or whatever people um, are connecting with, and which is ultimately being channeled to come from me, is truly the more that resonance can occur in the world, through and with each person, and that spreads like wildfire, like a flooded wildfire. And it's amazing what we can achieve in a state of peace, of not worrying about something. And that is the very essence of being a child. That is the reality of a state of the mind of a child. They have no worry about where food is going to come from tomorrow. They have no worry about anything. They are experiencing life at each and every moment. And some of those experiences, don't like them, they make me cry. I don't need to hit anybody. I don't need to go slur or say bad things to anybody. I don't need to go make a campaign putting somebody else down. I need to go home. I need to soak I need to cry. I need to think. I need to get angry. I need to be upset with myself. I need to I need to realize what I did wrong. I need to realize what I need to do to stay in the good and do right. And boom, get myself back together, watch a funny movie, laugh a bit, and walk back out into life and start interacting again. And not worrying about those little things. But for those who are stuck and just can't seem to get out from where they are, may the Divine Mother herself deliver you in the appropriate time. May you find a better home. May you find better people. May you find a better job. Better anything and everything that puts your heart and mind into a state of peace and where you don't have to worry. Because in your state of peace and harmony, that's when you'll be yourself. That's when you're going to encourage that random person who you didn't even know needed you at that moment, but somehow just being drawn to the store. Gosh, I don't know why, but I just felt to go get some bread and peanut butter from the store. I don't need it. I don't even want it really, but I was inclined to go to the store and buy it. I don't know. Fine, okay, I'm gonna go buy it. And somehow, some way, that it leads to an interaction with somebody that lasted for just a moment, or maybe no interaction. Somebody just saw my unusual looking appearance, and it was the moment they needed to be pulled out of their day to feel like they saw a character or an actor, whatever they perceived in their mind. None of that matters to me. Whatever they needed, they got it. And I was where I needed to be at the correct moment. And I don't need to receive, I don't need validation. I don't need verification that it happened. I know that my presence alone was the present. It was the present that was needed to a stranger that I didn't even know existed. And really, it's how our world goes round. You hang around next to somebody too long, trying to help them, wind up becoming an obstruction more than an advantage. And then we become frustrated in our failure to help somebody, that we make the situation worse. Not that we're planning to, not that we consciously want to, but because every day we wake up, we expect to, life's going to take a different turn, a positive turn today, and then something happens, and damn, that sucks. And roar comes out of our mouth, and the person who we're trying to help, we verbally berate them in some way or another. And it makes the whole situation even worse than the day before. And that's why a lot of times when I cry, it is the reality of the acceptance of my failure. You think I'm succeeding, but I see and I hear the one person who I didn't reach, and I see failure. Because if my daughters were alive, I wouldn't care about being on this screen talking to anybody. I'd be concerned about taking them to the zoo or spending time with them and making sure that they were strong enough to survive what anybody could throw at them in life. Because I tell you what, not just anybody could survive my mother. Oh no. Oh no. But when by her own acceptance, when she taught me how to best even herself, she no longer worried about me anymore. She knew I could take care of my life. She knew I could take care of life. Nobody could best my mother. Best they could do was survive her. She trained me, she taught me. So that's what I'm here doing every day. Training, teaching, sharing, showing, living. Think a real mom or dad has the book lined out. So day 362, I'm going to teach my son this. Day 397, I'm going to teach them that. No, life does not work like that. Let alone from a book that was written 3,000 years ago that you read every single day thinking that it's going to direct your life. You can only take inspiration from the surrounding events and information in your life, the knowledge that you are given, and you can transmute that to make an effectual difference upon today. Otherwise, it was all misdirection so that somebody could make a profit. Move forward fearlessly, for the only profit we truly want to earn is our own peace. And we're truly at peace when other people have been void of their problems. To visualize a friend, to visualize somebody, to go in, to go into a meditative state of being, a focused state of being, and to visualize a friend, a neighbor, heck, even somebody that's been doing wrong to you, but to visualize, or even yourself, anybody, to visualize peace, to visualize peace, you would think somebody's in the middle of a garden, sitting next to a lake. You don't see a phone in that picture. No, that's not there. You don't see anything that's complicated. You see flowers, you see grass, water, green, blue, maybe animals, maybe rabbit or something, bird flying. And you stay in that moment and you really, really populate that visualization. You're sending peace to that person. You're sending that energy, you're sending that presence to them. And by the hands of a blessing from our fellow humans, what more powerful? What more real? God may be in heaven. Lo, that grand creator, divine mother, they walk through us. They live and breathe through us. They give us life to choose and to stand for something or dance for something that we care about, that they care about. Because the idea is that a creator can see further down the path than we can. They have greater sight because they wrote the Bible. They wrote those old books that tell us of events that are going to happen in our future, and we've seen it come to pass in a multitude of ways, not just one way, but in a multitude of ways. Like, dude, how could they be so accurate? They must be a creator. So their sight and receiving their instruction allows us to have a better life. And as we tap into that individually, as we tap into that collectively, spiritually, quantumly, the more that's populated for the rest of humanity. Anyways, so I'm happy to be here. I'm happy to come and share this and spend time and essentially to really put a conclusion on that thought, on that line of thought, is that in a very beautiful way, by spending this time together, that frequency of peace, that solace, that ability to grow and move forward in the most positive of ways is happening. It's the data is copying over. And that's the power of love. That's the power of living one vibrational energy, because that's all you're going to wind up coming. It's all you're going to develop. That's all you're going to generate is that vibrational energy. And I hope and work and speak and live daily that you living one vibrational energy is of something peaceful, something happy, something positive, and not that of violence, not that of hardships, not that of something of the past. Because it is in our hands to move humanity forward. It is not one man that is going to change the world. It is not one world leader that is going to move humanity forward to where they need to be. It's going to be each and every single person around the world singing the same song. And that one song isn't me telling you what to say. That song is harmonious in its frequency. That song is complementary by each and every person who has a participation within the music. And it is that harmony, it is that flow in the cycle of life in which we can strengthen Gaia once again. Because what happens after we come together as a world, as a species, as humanity? What happens after we come together? What happens then? We just live every day and not care about it. We just kind of help each other. We've got to get together, because together we can help Gaia. We can back off of Gaia for a week and let her flow without us drilling and digging and beating and pounding and selling and buying her. Every single day, that's all we're doing. 24 hours a day, every single day, every single year since when? Shit. All I know is if you beat, bang, and drill and suck out the life of anything long enough, it's going to stop working. It's not going to work. And humans don't know how we have this like invisible bubble keeping our atmosphere in the earth. They don't know how to create it. If we lost it, they don't know how to create it. If it gets damaged, they don't know how to fix it. And if it goes away, we're all dead. And that's why we got to come together in love, not violence, not destruction, not harm, but in considerable love. Because only then can we truly help our planet recover, and Gaia can recover much faster than what we think she can do. She can recover super fast, super fast. But only if we're united in our actions towards her, and not united in this destructive aspect of what they've been doing to her. Not that unity. That's not unity. That's pure horrid chaos. And no doubt, the more man destroys this world, people lose their grip with reality. People lose their ability to stay stable, because if the planet's not doing good, the humans ain't gonna be doing no good either. Well, now don't that make a lot of sense? I think we call that a catch-22. But we can break that catch-22. Because what are we learning how to do each and every day? We're learning how to break cycles of habits. We're learning how to go against the pattern, how to do something different. That's the only way we're going to be able to do this. It's the only way we're going to be able to do it. To unanimously, worldwide, do something different. Something positively different. Something that every man, woman, and child can do. Anyways. Hmm. Make music. Make music. I do still have. Oh, do you want me to read some? You want me to read? I still do got the Iliad. I guess it is time for me to start reading. I haven't read anything today. Let's see here. I did bust out some Cicero. Boom, boom. I don't know if I'm going to read anything from that today, but got them out there. Boom, boom, much love, Lonnie. Love you, bro. Yes, indeed. We are on book 14 of the Iliad. And, alright, we won't go into that one for sure. But I'm going to go use the bathroom super fast. I didn't make any more coffee, so I'm drinking. But I'll be right back. Yes, it is a bat skeleton, but it's a plastic bat skeleton. It's not like real. It's okay. He won't hurt you. Hey, look. I might not sound human, but I'm very human. I got like human blood, and if you pull my skin, it bleeds. But I'm an alien from another world. You know, E.T. phone home. That's what I did, and then that ship came through that everybody saw as a asteroid, the Three Eye Atlas, because it was the three fathers, their eye, and they were seeing the world, the whole atlas, see? And people didn't believe me, but I did make videos, and I was like, yo, hey, I'm from up there. I called home, they coming. And then things are going to change. And I'm going to start going viral and stuff. And I try to tell people, they don't listen, but that's okay. I don't mind. One thing I learned is that for the most part in the past, those prophecies that were received and the prophets that were like, yo, save yourself, the end of the world's coming, that was the wrong aspect to take. It was more like, prophet, get your family, get your personal friends, and hit the road. Get out of Dodge, because shit's coming. Why are you gonna go try to talk to a bunch of people that never listen to you anyways? They ain't gonna follow you, especially in a time of ease, let alone a time of distress. So when the distress comes, that's when it's time to stay in your own lane and be at peace. Because I tell you what, big if, I won't, not likely to happen, but if ETs were to walk on this plane, oofda, oofda. Either you're going to have a vibration of love and you're going to be okay and left alone, or you're going to have a vibration of something else and they're going to come erase you. They don't want to step on this foot, on this planet. They do all the good they can from where they are, and they're just going to send a lone ambassador to chat with the world. That's all. That's as much as they're going to get out of us. You'll believe it or not, you could look back at my videos and see things that have happened since then that I said were going to happen that happened or not. What are you? But you gotta have fun with life, because if you don't have fun with life, then you don't take life too seriously, and then everything's gonna get you down. Gotta be able to get out of where people are sticking you. That is for sure. Thanks, Birds Complete Exposure. Ireland, bro. What is up? The bat. I had went into a Kroger's. I think it was a Kroger's, and the bat was like in the Halloween section. And actually, yesterday I saw that exact same type of bat, and it had a Christmas hat on somebody's antenna, on them driving their antenna like, on their car. I was like, whoa, that's cool. But yeah, they got like the skeleton bats. They got all sorts of little things. But like mhm. Halloween. So for me, I mean, I don't exactly have all the food in the world or whatever to do it, but for me, in my mind, Mother's Day is all every day. Halloween is every day. Dress up for Halloween every day. Heck, go to sleep and wake up for Halloween every single day. As much as one may be able to, be as cheery and as happy as if it was Christmas and make it Christmas every day as well. So it's Mother's Day. We pay attention to mom all the time. As Halloween, so we get to dress up every day. Yep, we sure do. And, there's no laws against that. It's totally free if you wanted to. They celebrate Halloween once a year. But think about it. Why do they dress up for Halloween? To scare away the bad spirits. So why don't you dress up every day? Because that's what I did. I'm like, sheesh. We dress up for Halloween once a year. As like practically the whole darn world in some sort of one way or another about that time to scare away bad spirits. So I decided, screw that. Halloween every freaking day. I'm dressing up to scare away the spirits. And guess what I learned in year 6? Those spirits are very much attached to human beings. And those human beings who are bad spirits stay away from people who dress up like this because they think it's a more evil demon. Because they themselves are bad and have bad ideas. So if we dress up and look worse than they do, then they're going to think that we will do something bad to them because that's what they're thinking anyways. When we're just dressed up like this and we're like, whatever, I'm having fun. Do you like to do this? I like to do that. Let's go jump on a trampoline together. Yay. And they're all thinking about all this bad stuff. Why? Because they were sold by the book cover. Shame on them. That's their problem. They never opened up a page. They didn't get to see what was inside that book. They projected falsity, and because of that, they lived with their own judgment. Spiritual kung fu right out the boo. But yeah, Mother's Day every day. Dress up for Halloween. Respect mom every day for Mother's Day. Dress up for Halloween every day like it's Halloween. Be cheery and merry as if it was Merry Christmas every day. If possible, give a gift, but you can't just give it gifts every day. And treat every evening like a wonderful Thanksgiving. Fully thankful for every aspect of life that we have, appreciative for the good times, appreciative for the bad times, knowing that we learned from the rough and we enjoyed the good, and in between we had the states of peace. And so really to me it's like boom, every day can be full and magical and celebratory. I don't need anybody else to participate in that, for me to be in that state of mind, for my heart to be in that mood, for me to have something Christmas or Halloween. Well, I have both in my room. And that's where life starts being free. It's life starts being an open book. It starts being the book that you want to write. It starts being your journey because now you're not following the world's script. Once you break the script, break the mold, break the pattern, once you do that, adventure begins. Adventure begins right after that. And I'm not saying again. Again, when I say break the mold, break the pattern, something that your loving heart has been wanting to do for your whole life, go do it. It didn't hurt nobody. People are going to look, laugh, judge, point. Good. Let them. You're living life. They're waiting to live life. And the only way they're going to live life is to see enough people living their life and enjoying their own happiness, their own moments of peace and interaction, versus listening to a bunch of people's opinions that don't even matter. That creates a new future for each and every one of us. Anyway, I did not read any of the Iliad yesterday, and it is a little bit of a violent book. We are in the middle, little bit of in the middle of a war scene, but letting go, letting go, letting go of ego. Damn, nice name, bro. Letting go of ego. Happy birthday, bro. Um, there might be people who have asked or whatever, but I don't do like birthdays like that. But same birthday. But happy birthday, bro. Um, yeah. What was that comment? Yeah, comment was something there. It says feels more important to sell. Oh, okay, so my birthday this past year, there was somebody that passed away. Literally, somebody that I knew, and they were close to me, not like close, not like close, but they anyways, they passed away like 3 days before my birthday, or 2 or 3 days before my birthday this past year on December. My birthday's 12/23, and so like it was so strange. It was so strange because like I did my little like I always do a little like happy birthday to me, happy birthday to me, happy birthday to me, happy birthday to me. I do that kind of thing, you know. But then when I did it, I was like, dang, like I just felt the energy, like. But truly, every day is important, and thanks for being here. Happy birthday to you. I don't know how old you are, um, whether younger or older. Uh, Dude, yep, yep, yep. And that see, like, sister had died on my other sister's birthday. Wow, that's rough. That's rough. And in those types of moments, they live through us. They live through us. We have their memory, and we can bring them to life for people. We may not have the time or the ability to explain to somebody, hey, this experience that we're having was because of so and so, and they died, and their name was this and this. Da, 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 da. I don't have time to give that all that information, but in a moment, remembering that person and allowing something of their life to flow, something that they did or liked or enjoyed, and allowing that to flow and live through us allows them to live on. It allows others, it allows them to literally, in a sense, give birth from beyond the grave. And that's how we keep our ancestors alive. That's why it's important. Brother, father, sister, mother, stranger, lover, whatever. No matter how things ended or began, there should be a positivity remaining. Allows that solid connection beyond the grave. Mm-hmm. Yes, you can bring your grandfather back inside your mind. Exactly. Their messages, their ways of life, their exactly. You bring them back into your mind. They're in your heart, and now a habit or a gesture, maybe something they did for you in a positive way, some aspect that was just in their nature. Because we're thinking of that and interacting with somebody, boom, they jump out in that moment. Their deed pops out, and those moments, those are the golden moments. Those are the meanings of life. Those are the lessons of how we help the future generations move forward. I've talked to a lot of disembodied spirits, and I've helped a lot move on from this realm to ascend on legitimately. And at this point, I find that I talk more to people's spirits, to people who are actually alive. I speak to their spirit more than I speak to their conscious mind. I receive thoughts from their subconscious mind. I have trained myself to pay attention to the subconscious network, to the Divine Mother, the Mother of matter, the Divine Mother who created the elements from which the Divine Father arose and in which he created the known world, humanity, and everything therein. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. The children will carry on those mannerisms. They will carry on those actions from those that they lived around because that gets imprinted into our behavior. Though that's very much why it is important to not be deluded in people's negative comments and negative vibratory discussions because the children are always watching. You could believe that the child is just a child and a human's just a human, but to me, they have a spirit and a soul. You have a spirit within you that is very conscious and thinks their own thoughts apart from you, apart from the cognitive thoughts. There is another spirit within you, the soul, that actually has its own set of feelings, has its own thoughts. And most people in the world, they have worked to suppress that subconscious. They don't want to hear it. They're not listening to it. They don't care what happens. They don't care how many times they mess something up. They're not getting the message. That wasn't for them. But they're going to plow through anyways because they're headstrong. not spirit strong. Well, I've learned how to put my spirit first before my conscious head. And in doing so, for the amount of 13 years and counting that I've been doing this, I've learned how to listen to other people's spirits, to their subconscious. I could hear what they're crying and groaning for, and the person just be talking about all this other junk and crap. I start to talk to their spirit, and the person shuts me up just like they shut their own spirit up. So then I know that person ain't for me to talk to. Dang, no, I don't just talk to ghosts no more. I talk to living. I talk to the living very much so. Their spirit and their soul. Good question. I am in my 40s. Mm-hmm. Good clash. Good catch, Barbarian Clash. Very good. Very good. Very good. Nice like that. Like that. Yep. Yep. Oh man. Oh man, you didn't ask that question. Can I go with both? Uh, really? Anyone? Anything? Can I go with one and two? If I have to, I'm gonna go with bacon, and then while watching the movie Canadian Bacon. Yeah. Oh my gosh. That's great. That's great. Gotta have something to pull out of the normal basket of things. That's why it's like I can't keep to a script. I can't keep to a schedule because I like changing things up. Maybe we just gonna talk all day and share things and whatever the case, and maybe we're gonna read scripture and tarot cards. I don't know what each day's gonna bring, but I know the energy changes all the time, and so that's what I do. Just go with the flow. And well, not just go with the flow, but I definitely encourage a positive flow. uh, thank you, Slimeball. Appreciate that. British bacon is heaven. I gotta try something. I can't say I've tried British bacon, so I love food. I definitely love food, and I don't get enough of it, so I definitely need to eat. um, ooh, ooh. So, to Colophinus, my response, they said Divine Father or Divine Uncle. Um, to answer Divine Father, though very happy to be Divine Uncle when, at any moment. Divine Uncle, just as great, happy, just as happy to be. But really, how I see myself like the way I've seen it, the way I've been living with it for years is like there's the Divine Father, the Divine Mother, there's like the whole family, there's uncles, there's aunts, there's, below the cousins, and then there's me. I'm the baby, baby, baby. Well, that's what I see in my heart though. And I've had people kind of correct me on that or whatever, and they're like, move yourself up there, and I'm like, I like seeing myself as the little babe, as the little one of the group. If you are on Instagram, it's going to end the live in 15 seconds. We are on youtube.com/Setra, and I'll hit the live button again. We'll come right back up, but it kicks us out every so often, so that's going to happen. Moving on to 4CI Girls, Gertz says, I 4CI2 Gertz. Am I being punished in this life happened because of what happened in my last life. I would not say punished, but what winds up very, the reality of what happens is we are always developing and growing in life, okay? On a spiritual way, moral level, we're always, through every single life that we live and come back in another life, literally, it's like if we finish the chapter on the previous book, on that book, if we finish the chapter, then we get to move on to the next chapter in the next life. If maybe we finished that whole book in the past life, then the next life we get to open up a new book and start a new chapter. And so, less than calling it punishment, you picked up where you left off. And you could move very quickly. You could get past all of those things. And then those problems that are arising in life, because you've actually done the spiritual work, because you've done the shadow work, you thought about those things, you did all of that, then all of those bumps in the road, all of those erroneous, really hardship kind of moments, I'm not saying they go away, but those rough edges definitely get smoothed out and it's not so much of a hit. And in time, it really becomes smooth and you can glide past and not really be pulled down into each situation as it occurs to you. That's the way I would explain it. Ah, boom, boom. All right, we got ourselves back on Instagram there. Let's see if we can get that back where it goes. Maybe, maybe not. Yep. If you are on TikTok or Instagram, we are on youtube.com/Setra, Setchra. Um, oh, sweet Michelle. Glad. Yeah. It is pretty cool because, yeah, you can bring up the video on the TV and it doesn't show the chat log on the TV, and it is pretty nice. When I sit back like this, I can't see the words in the chat log, so it's practically like it's not there, and I just keep talking on, and I don't ignore it, but obviously I can't make it out, so I'm not trying to focus on that, which allows for a good steady line of thought and energy flow. And then other times, yeah, I'm looking in and checking the chat, trying to respond or be more active there and definitely different energy flow. Good observation, very good observation. Um, am I a Ministry fan? I don't know who Ministry is. I'm guessing you're talking about a band. And I love music. I'll say that much. I love music. Uh, Barbarians Clash. Yes. You are completely. They said every century there were people like you. The divine script repeats every time. Just soul takes different characters. No question mark. Eh, correct. You are absolutely correct on that one. Completely. Um, and so literally on the spiritual journey, it has been um, learning about the different levels of journeying on the spiritual path has allowed different realities, different connections, different awarenesses, and history certainly does bring back individuals who have a connection to that well of memory. So absolutely, absolutely correct. And just to contributing and sharing, and like we do. Um, wow, Joe, thank you, bro. Thank you, Barbarian. You're like I literally read over the Sanskrit texts and some Old Norse, Scandinavian, and I've got some Druidism, and I go over that darn near daily. I did not read over it today, um, but yes, it's truly the old ways, the tribe. What I found to all of our connection, those tribal ways, that understanding. Oh man, like your comments, that's amazing. Thank you. Um, and for those who didn't read or whatever, Barbarians Clash said, everything you say comes from the old Sanskrit books and Brahma texts. Good to hear without ever reading them. The spiritual knowledge never dies. The soul knows the things. And it was very interesting because when I went to the Hindu temple, they like before I got into anything Hindu related, like they've got these words that explain these spiritual advanced states and realizations, and I'm like, yeah, I done that. Actually, I experienced that. Nice that someone has descriptions of what I've been going through. So like in that comment of the old Sanskrit books and Brahma texts, it is very much like that. Like I went in there and I was explaining to somebody about the nine chakras in the body, and he was talking about the original gurus, like the original gurus, and they talked about nine chakras, nine energy centers, not seven. And so he was like, he kind of gave me the nod or whatever. Like, that was nice. That was really cool. And just, that's, yeah, thank you. You're awesome. Thank you, Joan Byrne. That's very kind. They said this is nice for a change, getting to know you. Yeah. Yesterday I was near a lake, a little pond, and that was a nice little moment to kind of shift gears, I guess. It's always a little different environment. Positive shifts, definitely. Thank you for that, and thank you for making that comment as well. Have I been? You have been very interactive with us today. Yes, yo, yes, it has been a very good chat today. I do appreciate that. Thank you to all the moderators. Thank you to our friends and family and everybody contributing there. Um, whoa, Frozen Roses Pro says, love and respect from the Arctic Circle, Finland. I just wanted to try and hopefully bring a smile on your face because it means so much more to me right now than you know. Oh, Frozen, thank you. That is like, what? From Finland? That's cool. That's really cool. Um, yeah, yeah, it's like I got a positive feeling in my gut right now. That's unusual. That's definitely a connection. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Wow. Um what are you on? A chair? Yes. I'm on a chair. I would have playing music like playing in the background or whatnot, but oh, good morning, 8-bit nomad. Pure. There should be a video talking about the books and scripts I read. Oh, actually, that would be. That would be interesting. Okay. Okay, I think we should make a movie. I think there should be a new movie made, and it's gonna set Egypt in a cold climate environment, and like there's like trees and stuff around, but there's a whole family of Bigfoot or Sasquatch, like whatever the difference is, I don't know. But there's like a whole family of them, like a whole town, and they're the ones who build the pyramids. Sorry, I had to say that. Uh, as far as the Bigfoot and Sasquatch, yeah, goes as far as that. Anyways, but I'm gonna get to I'm gonna read on with the Iliad. And just to throw out there, we do have our GoFundMe link connected on the main page on our biography information. The GoFundMe link is there. If you would like to contribute anything, cool. Thanks, appreciate it. If you would like to send an email, if you'd like to make contact, if you want to be a guest, if you have questions, if you want to interview me, if anything along those lines, feel free to send me an email at cetra@yahoo.com. That's SETCHRA at yahoo.com. And likewise, Michelle. All right, so we're just jumping into book 14, chapter 14 of the Iliad. Nestor, drinking wine with Marcion, could not help but hear the screaming, and said, "Son of Asclepius, what do you make of this? Our boys are shouting much louder by the ships. Now, don't get up. Just keep sipping that wine until petty Harkar heats up a warm bath and washes off all that clotted blood. Myself, I'll go to a lookout point now." With that, he picked up a metal-plated shield, one of Thrasimides that was lying in the hut, and a heavy spear with a honed bronze point. He stepped outside and saw an ugly scene. The Greeks en route, and behind them the high-hearted Trojans pouring through the wall. As the dark sea broods with a silent swell, and only a faint premonition of wind is traced on its surface, and no crest forms until a decisive breeze comes down from Zeus. So the old man pondered which way to go, to join the Greek troops or to get Agamemnon, the son of Anthraeus, shepherd of his people, of an army of Greeks. You must have lost your mind. He thought it over and went for Agamemnon. The fighting continued and the killing. Armor range under sword blades and spear points nosed busily past plated shields. The wounded kings were coming up from their ships, Diomedes, Odysseus, and Agamemnon, and met Nestor on the way. Their ships were drawn up far from the battle, on the sand by the gray sea, in first row, and the wall was built near the last row, inland. The beach was wide, but could not hold all the ships, so they were drawn up in rows towards the plain, and filled the space between the two headlands. So the kings were coming up together, leaning on their spears to see the fighting, and their hearts were grieved. Old Nestor met them, and was hailed by Agamemnon. Nestor, son of Neleus, glory of our army, why have you left the battle and come here? I fear that Hector will make good on the threats he leveled against us in the Trojan muster, that he would not return to Ilion until he had burnt our ships and killed our men. It's all coming true, just as he said. And the worst part is that all of the Greeks are angry with me, like Achilles. None of them is willing to defend our ships. And Nestor, the Gerenian horseman, answered, Yes, this is how things are, and Zeus himself, the Thunder Lord, could not make them otherwise, for the wall is down. We put our trust in it as a bulwark for our ships, and now the enemy is at our ships, fighting relentlessly. You cannot even tell in which direction that our men are retreating, so confused is their slaughter in the air, so filled with the noise of battle up to the sky. We must take counsel in this situation, not enter the battle ourselves. It is not possible for wounded men to fight. And Agamemnon, the warlord, well then, Nestor, the ships are under attack, and neither the wall nor the trench which we trusted to be a bulwark for our beachhead camp has been of any avail. It must be the pleasure of Zeus Almighty for us to die here, nameless and far from Argos. I knew it when he was favoring the Greeks, and I know now that he is giving the Trojans glory from above and has tied our hands. So this is what I say we should all do now. Let's haul the first line of ships to the water, get them afloat, and moor them with anchors until darkness comes. If and when the Trojans stop for the night, we can drag down the rest. It is no shame to flee ruin, even by night. Better to give evil the slip than be caught by it. Odysseus looked him up and down and said, What kind of thing is that to say? You are a ruined man, son of Atreus, fit to command some ragtag army, but not to rule over men like us, to whom Zeus has granted just one thing in life, to wind up wars like skeins of wool from youth to old age until the last of us dies. Do you really want to leave Troy behind? The great city that we've suffered so much for? Stop that talk before somebody hears you. Words like that should never make it past your mouth. You're a sceptered king commanding the loyalty of an army of Greeks. You must have lost your mind ordering us to launch ships while the battle is raging. The Trojans, who are winning as it is, will all have their prayers answered, and our army will be utterly crushed. Draw the ships to the sea, and the Greeks will be looking over their shoulders and give up the fight. Your plan will ruin us, Lord Agamemnon, to which Agamemnon briefly replied, That cuts in deep, Odysseus. I am not suggesting that the ships be launched against the Achaeans' will. I wish there were someone, young or old, with a better plan than mine. I would welcome that. Diomedes the bull roarer had a response. The man is here, no need for a long search. If you are willing to listen, and if none of you will be upset because I am the youngest in years, there's nothing wrong with my lineage. My father was Tirius, who lies buried at Thebes. My greatest grandfather, Portheus, had three peerless sons who lived in Puron and steep Kalton. Argios, Melas, and horseman Oenus, my father's father, the bravest of the three. My father left home and wandered to Argos, as Zeus and the other gods no doubt willed. He married one of Adrastus' daughters and lived in a rich house with many acres, and wheat and orchards and many sheep. And he was the best spearman in all Argos. You have heard of this and know it is true, so don't think I'm a coward by birth and reject anything worthwhile I might have to say. We must go down to the battle, injuries and all, not to fight. We will stay out of range to avoid the taking wounds on top of wounds, but to spur the others on and send them in. These who have been on the sidelines, nursing their resentment and failing to fight. They heard him out and agreed. Agamemnon led the way as they started out. Poseidon was not blind to any of this, but went with them disguised as an old man. He took Agamemnon by the right hand and spoke to him words that winged home. Well, son of Atreus, Achilles' dark heart must be laughing now as he sees the panic and slaughter of the Greeks. The man hasn't a shred of sense left. None. Damn him. May some god cripple him. But the blessed ones aren't angry with you, not yet. There's still a chance you will see the Trojan generals raise dust on the wide plain as they beat a retreat from your ships and huts. And as he sped over the plain, Poseidon yelled so loud it seemed that 10,000 warriors had been enlisted by Ares and should at once. And the god's yell put into each Greek's heart the strength to fight the battle on without pause. Standing on a crag of Olympus, God's gold-throned Hera saw her brother, who was her husband's brother too, busy on the fields of human glory, and her heart sang. Then she saw Zeus sitting on the topmost peak of Ida and was filled with resentment. Cow-eyed Hera mused for a while on how to trick the mind of Zeus Arges holder, and the plan that seemed best for her was to make herself up and go to Ida, seduce him, and then shed on his eyelids and cunning mind a sleep gentle and warm. She went to the bedroom her darling son Hephaestus had built for her, and closed behind her the solid polished doors he had fitted out with a secret latch, and that no other god could open. First he cleansed her lovely skin with ambrosia, then rubbed on scented oils so immortally perfumed that if the jar were just shaken in Zeus' bronze floored house, the fragrance would spread to heaven and earth. She rubbed this into her beautiful skin, and she combed her hair and plaited the lustrous ambrosial locks that fell gorgeously from her mortal head. Then she put on a robe that Athena had embroidered for her, pinning it to her breast with brooches of gold. A sash with 100 tassels circled at her waist, and in her pierced ears she put earrings with three mulberry drops, begolingly bright, and the shining goddess veiled over everything with a beautiful veil that was as white as the sun, and bound lovely sandals on her oiled supple feet. When everything was perfect, she stepped out of her room and called Aphrodite, and had a word with her in private. My dear child, will you do something for me? I wonder, or will you refuse, angry because I have favored Greeks and you the Trojans? And Zeus' daughter Aphrodite replied, Goddess revered as Cronos' daughter, speak your mind. Tell me what you want, and I'll oblige you if I possibly can. And Hera, with every intention to deceive, give me now the sex and desire you used to subdue but mortals and humans. I'm off to visit the ends of the earth and Father Ocean and Mother Tethys. who nursed and doted on me in their house when they got to me from Rhea after Zeus had exiled Cronos to the regions below. I'm going to see them and try to resolve their endless quarrel. For eons now they've been angry and haven't made love. If I can talk to them and have them make up and get them together in bed again, they will worship the ground I walk on. An Aphrodite who loved to smile. How could I, or would I, refuse someone who sleeps in the arms of Almighty Zeus? And with that she unbound from her breast an ornate sash inlaid with magical charms. Sex is in it, and desire, and seductive sweet talk that fools even the wise. She handed it to Hera and said, "Here, put the sash in your bosom. It has everything built in. I predict you will accomplish what your heart desires." She spoke, and ox-eyed Hera, smiling, tucked the sash in her bosom. Then Zeus' daughter Aphrodite went home, but Hera streaked down from Olympus' peak, used Pieria and Amalthea as stepping stones, and sped over the snow-capped mountains of Thrace. Her feet never touched earth. At Athos she stepped on the billowing sea, and so came to Lemnos, Thoas' city, where she met Sleep, the brother of Death. She took Sleep's hand and said to him, "Sleep, lord of all, mortals and immortal, if ever you've listened to me before, listen now, and I will be grateful forever. Lull Zeus' bright eyes to sleep for me as soon as I lie beside him in love. I will give you gifts, a handsome throne of imperishable gold that Hephaestus, my strong-armed son, will build you. It comes with a stool to rest your feet on, as you sit at banquet and sip your wine." Sweet Sleep answered her, "Goddess reverend as Cronos' daughter, if this were any other of the gods eternal, I'd lull him to sleep without any trouble, even if it were the river Ocean, which has the origin of them all. But not Zeus. I wouldn't go near the son of Cronos, much less lull him to sleep, unless he himself asked me. I learned my lesson from your last request, the day Heracles, Zeus' high-hearted son, sailed from Troy, having wasted the city. Yes, I slipped my sweet self around the mind of Zeus Aegis holder, while you brewed up storms at sea to drive his son Heracles off course to Kos, far from his friends. And when Zeus woke up, was he angry, throwing gods all over the house and looking for me especially? He would have pitched me from from the aether to sea, no more to be seen. If night the mistress had not saved me, turned to her, I ran to her, and he relented, reluctant to do anything to offend swift night. And now this another impossible mission? Hera, the ox-eyed lady, said to him, "Sleep, what are you worried about? Do you think that Zeus will help the Trojans, and he be as angry now as he was then? For Heracles, his own son? Come on, look, I'll give you one of the young graces to have and to hold and be called your wife. Pastheia, the object of all you desire." Sleep's mood brightened at this, he said. "Swear by the inviolable water of Styx, one hand on fertile earth and the other on glistening sea, so that all the gods below with Cronos will be witnesses that you will give me one of the graces, Pastheia, the object of all my desire." The white-armed goddess Hera agreed and swore the oath, naming all the gods in Tartarus below. Titans they are called. When she had sworn and finished the oath, the two of them left Lemnos and Imbros, and came like swirling fog to Ida, a mountain wilderness dotted with springs. They left the sea at dawn and headed inland. The treetops quivered under their feet. Sleep halted before Zeus could see him, perching in the highest fir tree on Ida that rose through mist to pure bright air. Sleep nestled in its long needled branches and looked just like a small mountain owl. Gods called chalices and men Simedes. Hera was fast approaching Gargarus, Ida's highest peak, when Zeus saw her, and when he saw her, lust enveloped him. just as it had the first time they made love, slipping off to bed behind her parents' backs. He stood close to her and said, Hera, why have you left Olympus? And where are your horses and chariot? And Hera, with every intention to deceive, I'm off to visit the ends of the earth and Father Ocean and Mother Tethys, who nursed and doted on me in their house. I'm going to see them and try to resolve their endless quarrel. For eons now they've been angry and haven't made love. My horses stand at the foot of Ida, ready to bear me over land and sea. I came here from Olympus for your sake, so you wouldn't be upset that I left to visit Ocean without a word to you. And Zeus, clouds scudding about him, you can go there later just as well. Let's get in bed now and make love. No goddess or woman has ever made me feel so overwhelmed with lust, not even when I fell for Ixion's wife, who bore Perseus wise as a god, or Danae with lovely slim ankles, who bore Perseus, a paragon of men, or the daughter of far famed Phoenix, who bore Minos, the godlike Radamanthus, or Semele, or Alcmene in Thebes, who bore Heracles, a south earth, a stout-hearted son, and Semele bore Dionysus, a joy to humans, or Demeter, the fair-haired queen, or glorious Leto, or even you. I've never loved anyone as I love you now, never been in the grip of desire so sweet. And Hera, with every intention to deceive, what a thing to say, my awesome lord! The thought of us lying down here on Ida and making love outdoors in broad daylight. What if one of the immortals saw us asleep and went to all the other gods and told them? I could never get up and go back home. It would be shameful. But if you really do want to do this, there is a bedroom your dear son Hephaestus built for you with good solid doors. Let's go there and lie down, since you're in the mood. And Zeus, who messes the clouds, replied, Hera, don't worry about any good man seeing us. I'll enfold you in a cloud so dense and golden not even Helios could spy on us, and his light is the sharpest vision there is. With that, he caught his wife in his arms. Beneath them, the shining soil sprouted fresh grass and dewy lotus and crocus, and hyacinth soft and thick that kept them up off the ground. And as they lay there, a beautiful golden cloud enfolded them and precipitated drops of glimmering dew. And so the father slept soundly on Garagorn's peak, mastered by sleep and love, and held his wife close. But sweet sleep ran down the Archean ships with a message for Poseidon, the earth shaker. He stood close to him, and his words winged home. Help the Greeks all you want now, Poseidon, and give them their glory, however brief, while Zeus still sleeps, for Hera has bedded him, and I have wrapped him in downy slumber. Saying this, sleep went off to the human world, leaving Poseidon more determined than ever to aid the Greeks. He sprang to the front and cried, Archaeans, are we going to concede victory to Hector so he can take our ships and claim the glory? That's how he's talking, now that Achilles is nursing his wrath on the beach by his holes. But we won't miss him too much if the rest of us all pull together and help each other. Now here's what I want all of us to do. Get the biggest and best shields in the army, strap on full metal helmets, arm yourself with the longest spears you can find, and let's move out. You have my word that Hector, no matter how eager he is, won't hold his ground. Now let's go and exchange gear if you have to, so that our best fighters have the biggest shields. He spoke, they listened, and they did as he said, and the kings, though wounded, Diomedes, Odysseus, and Agamemnon, marshaled them, going through the ranks and switching armor so that the best men were using the best gear. When their bodies were covered with burnished bronze, they moved out, led by Poseidon, who held in his clenched fist a terrible sword, its long edge like lightning, a weapon outlawed in mortal combat, sheer terror for men. Opposite him, Hector marshaled the Trojans, and the two of them tightened the cords of war. Poseidon tossing his dark blue mane, and Hector standing in a cone of cold light, while the sea surged up to the Greek ships and huts. The two sides closed with a pulsating roar, the pounding of surf when arching breakers roll in from the deep under painful northern winds, or the hissing roar of a forest fire when it climbs the hills to burn all the woods, or the howling of wind when it is angrily with oaks, and moans and shrieks through their leafy branches, will give you some idea of the uncanny noise the Greeks and Trojans made when they clashed. Hector struck first the spear cast at Ajax, who was in his line of fire. He didn't miss, but the spear hit Ajax where his two belts, one for his shield, one for his silver-studded sword, formed a protective cross over his skin. Angry that he had made a good throw for nothing, Hector backstepped into the ranks of his army, avoiding fate. But as he withdrew, big Ajax picked up one of the stones they had rolled underfoot. There were many of these, used as chocks for the ships, and caught Hector on the chest above his shield's rim, just under the neck, and sent him spinning like a top. He fell as a tree falls, an oak tree blasted by lightning from Zeus. The tree is uprooted, and the air reeks of brimstone, and no one who sees this form from close up has any desire to be near Zeus' thunderbolts ever again. So Hector fell to the ground in the dust. The spear was knocked from his hand, but his shield and helmet flew up in the air and then came down and clattering on the rest of his embellished armor. The Greeks ran up screaming with delight, hurling javelins thick and fast and hoping to drag him off, but they couldn't touch him. All choice best crowded around their hero. Polydamas, Arneas, Agamemnon, Glaucus, Sarpedon, the Lycian commander. No one neglected Hector. They circled him with shields and lifted him up and away from the war's toil until they brought him to the rear of the battle, where his horses stood with his charioteer and rig, which took him groaning back toward the city. But when they reached the ford of the Xanthus, the beautiful swirling river that Zeus begot, they lifted him from the chariot to the ground and poured water on him. This brought him around, his eyes open, and kneeling on his knees, he vomited up a cloud of black blood. Then he sank back down to the ground, and darkness covered his eyes. The blow still mastered his spirit. When the Greeks saw that Hector was gone, they remembered how much they loved to fight. First to draw blood was only an Ajax. A quick leap and thrust of a spear brought down Saturnius, son of Ernolps, and a peerless nag who lived in the river of the Saturnius, where he tended his flocks. When Ajax's spear hit him on the flank, he fell on his back and became the center of some hard fighting. Polydamas Panther's son came up to help him and put his spear through the right shoulder of Prothronor Ariukus' son. The spear's weight carried it clear through, and he fell to the earth, clawing at the dust. Polydamas gloated over him loudly. Ha! Another great throw from the strong hand of the heroic son of Panthus, and another Greek has my spear in his flesh. Use it as a crutch on your way down to hell. This boast pained the Greeks, no one more so than Telamonian Ajax, who was closest to the man when he fell. Ajax's bright spear was in the air instantly, hurtling at Polydamas, who managed to dodge both its point and his death. No matter, the spear lodged in Arcolo, Santenor's son, whom the gods wanted to die, just where the neck splices into the spine at the topmost vertebrae. The spear blade sheared through the double tendon. His mouth and nose hit the earth before his legs and knees. It was Ajax's turn to call to Polydamas. What do you think, Polydamas? Was this man worthy to be killed in return for Prothonor? He was simply a nobody, was he? Looked like he might be Antenor's brother or his son. There's a family resemblance. He knew perfectly well who it was. The Trojans felt their chests tighten. Then Archidamus, straddling his brother's bodily, stitched his spear through Pramachus, the Boeotian who was trying to drag the corpse by its feet into the clear. Archidamus was exultant. Try fighting sometime instead of issuing threats. We're not going to be the only side to suffer. We're going to give as good as we get. How do you like the nap Pramachus is taking, courtesy of my spear? I didn't waste any time collecting the price for my brother's blood. That's what family is for, to beat off ruin. The Greeks winced when they heard this. No more so than the warrior Peneleos. He charged, and when Archidamus did not wait for his onslaught, he hit Aeolormus instead. This man's father was Phorbas, whom Hermes loved more than any other Trojan, and who had the flocks and wealth to prove it. But only one child, Aeolormus. Penelau's spear went through his eye socket, gouging out the eyeball and going clear through the nape of the neck. Eolornus stretched out his hands as he settled slowly to earth. Peneleos took out his sword and hacked at his neck, severing his head, helmet and all. The great spear was still stuck in the eye socket. Peneleos held it up like a poppy and showing it to the Trojans said, kindly take word to Eleochna's parents to lament their prince in his family's halls as the wife of Promachus, Alegnor's son, will lament the absence and her cherished husband when the Greeks return on their ships from Troy. He spoke, and the Trojans began to tremble, eyes searching for an escape from death. Muses who dwell on Olympus tell me who was the first Greek to bear away spoils once Poseidon had turned the battle's tide. Telamonian Ajax who wounded Hertius, son of Gartius, leader of Mysians, and Antilochus despoiled Pharsis and Mercurius, and Merornes slew Mori and Herpiershon, and Tosor stripped Prothon and Peripertes, and the son of Atreus wounded Hypernor in the flank, and when the bronze clove through, the bowels spilled out, and his soul rushed through the gaping wound, and night covered his eyes. But Ajax, Oileus' swift son, killed the most. No one could chase down men in a rout faster than he when Zeus makes them panic. Then the Trojans had retreated through the palisade and trench, a beaten army, and had halted beside their chariots, their faces pale with terror. When Zeus awoke on Ida summit with Hera by his side, he jumped up to his feet and saw the Trojans being routed by howling Greeks, with Poseidon Lord among them, and Hector lying on the plain. His friends crouched around him while they gasped for breath in a haze of pain and vomited blood. It was no flyweight Greek who had hit him. The father of gods and men felt pity for him, and scowling at Hera delivered this speech. Hera, you scheming bitch, the trick of yours is taking Hector out of the rout of his army, and you may be the first to profit from your plot when I whip the living daylights out of you. Or don't you remember when I strung you up with anvils hanging from your feet and gold unbreakable bands on your wrists? You dangled in the air among the clouds, and all the gods on high Olympus protested, but none could come to your rescue. If anyone tried, I'd send them sailing off our balcony. There wouldn't be much left when he hit the ground. Even so, my heart still ached for Heracles. You and Boreas, whose squalls you suborned, had maliciously driven him over the desert sea and brought him later to the great city of Kos. I got him out of there and led him back to Bluegrass Articles after many labors. I remind you of this so you'll quit playing games and see where this gets you, making love to me the way you did just now and tricking me. The ox-eyed lady had stiffened at this, and she feathered her words home carefully. All right, I swear by earth and heaven above, and the subterranean water of Styx, the greatest and the most awesome oath of God can swear, by your sacred head and by our marriage couch, upon which I would never perjure myself, that it is not by my will that Poseidon is hurting the Trojans and helping the Greeks. He's acting of his own free will, out of pity for the beating the Greeks and are taking by their ships. But I would advise even him to toe the line and follow whenever you lead, Dark Cloud. Zeus, the father of gods and men, smiled at this and issued a swift reply. Well, my ox-eyed lady, if your mind really were to be the same as mine, Poseidon would find it difficult not to follow us. So if you mean what you say, go back now to the gods and send Ares here and Apollo, she to go down to the bronze-coated Greeks and tell Lord Poseidon to desist from the war and Phoebus Apollo to rouse Hector to fight. Breathe strength into him again so that he may forget the pain that now distresses him and drive the Argians back once more in flight. So shall they flee in panic and fall dead among the hollow ships of Peleus' son Achilles, who will send forth his comrade Patroclus from illustrious Hector will kill with his spear before Ilium after Patroclus himself has killed many a youth among them sought it on my son. In wrath for Patroclus, Achilles will kill Hector. From that time on, I shall cause the Trojans to be driven back from the ships until the Greeks capture steep Ilion through Athena's counsel. But until that time comes, I will not cease from my wrath or allow any immortal to bear aid to the Danaans until the desire of the son of Peleus is fulfilled, as I promised at the first fist with a nod of my head. On the first day when Thetis begged me by my knees to honor Achilles, sacker of cities, white-armed Hera was obedient to his word and went from Ena's mountains to long Olympus. The thought of a man who has seen the world travels quickly to any spot on the globe when he wishes he were there. So Hera flew with the speed of desire and came to Olympus. She found the immortal gods assembled in the house of Zeus. When they saw her, they were quick to toast her arrival. She ignored them all, but did take a cup from lovely Themis, who had run up to greet her and who now addressed her with winged words. Hera, why have you come? You look so upset. Zeus must have really frightened you, your own husband. The goddess ivory-armed Hera replied, don't get me started, Themis. You know yourself what a bully he is and how stubborn. No, let's get on with the feast, and you'll hear along with the others that Zeus means to do. It's not very pretty, and I rather doubt that it is, or if anyone will still have an appetite left. Hera composed herself and sat down. The god's mood darkened. Hera smiled with her lips, but her dark brows were tense, and at last she burst out indignantly. We're all simpering idiots to be angry with Zeus. We all want to get to him, to talk to him down, to beat some sense into him. But does he care? He doesn't even notice. No, he sits apart, secure in his supreme almighty power. You'll just have to take whatever grief he dishes out to you. I'm afraid now it's Eddie's turn to suffer, seeing that his son, whom he loves more than any mortal man, his dear Ascalaphus, has died in battle. When Eddie's heard this, he smacked his muscled thighs with the flat of his hands and wailed out loud. None of you Olympians can blame me now if I go to the Greek ships and avenge my son, not even if I am to be blasted by Zeus and lie among corpses in the blood and dust. And he ordered his sons, panicked and roused, to yoke his team while he buckled on armor. The hostility between the gods and Zeus would have reached new heights then, had not Athena, afraid for them all, jumped from her throne, sped through the door, and disarmed Ares. She plucked the helmet from his head, the shield from his shoulders, took the stiff bronze spear from his hands, and gave the furious war god a tongue lashing. Are you out of your mind? Didn't you hear what Hera just said, or don't you care? Do you want more trouble than you can handle? Forced to crawl back to Olympus yourself and sowing disaster for the rest of us. He will leave the Trojans and Greeks, and come back here to raise hell with us, mauling us all in turn, guilty or not. So please get over your anger for your son. Better men than he have been killed or will be. Human offspring are hard to save. Ares gave in and sat back down on his throne. Then Hera called Apollo out of his palace, and Ares too, the immortal's messenger, and said to them in a quick flurry of words, Zeus wants you to go to Ida immediately. When you arrive, you will look upon his face and do whatever he orders you to do. Having said that, Lady Hera turned away and sat down on her throne. The pair darted off and came to Ida mountain, mother of beasts, and found Cronus, son of Gargill peak, sitting in a wreath of fragrant cloud. They stood respectfully before the face of Zeus, and his mood brightened when he saw how promptly the two of them had obeyed his wife's words. He addressed Ares first with words on wings. Go, swift Ares, to Lord Poseidon, and tell him this is true messenger. Bid him cease from war and battle and go off to other gods or to the bright sea. If he is inclined to disregard my words, have him consider in his mind and heart that as strong as he is, he cannot withstand my onset. Since I am mightier by far and elder born, yet he has the gall to claim he is equal to me, whom all the gods dread. He spoke, and Ares was off in a blur of wind, moving down Ida's mountain to the holy Troy, like snow or hail flying from the clouds under a cold blast from the brilliant north. So Ares flew with the speed of desire and confronted the glorious shaker of earth. A message for you, blue maned sea god. I come here from Zeus, who bears the Aegis, and who bids you cease from war and battle and go off to the other gods or to the bright sea. If you are inclined to disregard his words, he threatens to come here himself and wage war against you, and he strongly advises you to avoid his hands, since he is mightier by far and elder born. Yet you have the gall to claim you are equal to him, whom all the gods dread. The Earthshaker made this angry reply. He may be strong, but this is outrageous. To force me, his peer, to stop against my will, we three brothers whom Rhea bore to Cronus, Zeus, myself, and Hades, Lord of the dead, divided up the universe into equal shares. When we shook the lots, I got the gray sea as my eternal domain. Hades, the nether gloom, Zeus, the broad sky with clouds and bright air, earth and high Olympus remain common to all. I will not follow Zeus' whims, mighty as he is. Let him remain content with his third share, and not try to frighten me as if I were a coward. Better for him to threaten his own children with abusive language, the sons and daughters he begot himself, who will listen because they must, and at ease her feet soft in the offshore wind. If this message blue main sea God I should take to Zeus, this hard unyielding speech, will you not relent as noble hearts often do? You know how the Furies always side with the elder. And Poseidon, the earth shaker, answered her, That is very well spoken, Ares. It is good with a messenger. It is good when a messenger understands how things are. But bitter pain comes to my heart and soul whenever anyone attacks an equal, a peer of equal status, with angry words. Although I am offended, I will yield for now. But I will say this and make this threat from my heart. If in spite of me and Pallas Athena and Hera and Artemis and Hephaestus Lord, he spares steep Ilion and is not willing to lay it waste nor give power to the Greeks, he can be sure of eternal strife between us. And with that, Poseidon left the Greek army and dove into the sea. They missed him sorely. Cumulus clouds piled high on either summit. Zeus turned and spoke to Apollo. Go now, Phoebus, to bronze-clad Hector. Tremendous Poseidon is gone into the sea that laps the earth, avoiding my precipitous wrath. Too bad. The fight would have been legend even among the gods below with Cronus. But it was better for us both that he yielded before me, angry and indignant as he was. It would not have been settled without some sweat. At any rate, take the Taucid Augeas in your hands and shake it over with the Greeks to rout their heroes, to see to Hector yourself, fortify him until the Greeks have run back to their ships. On the Hellespont, I'll take it from there and see the Archaeans get some breathing space. Apollo did not disobey his father's words. He came down from Ida's peaks like a falcon that bloodies doves in flight, swift on the wing, and found Hector, light of Troy, sitting up. He no longer lay down, and catching his breath, he recognized his friends, and as his gasping and sweating had stopped, since Zeus now had a mind to revive him, Apollo stood close and said, Hector, son of Priam, why are you sitting here, apart from your rest, scarcely alive? What is wrong? Hector's helmet shone in the light. He said weakly, Which god are you? Questioning me face to face. Haven't you heard that while I was killing his friends at the rear of the ships, booming Ajax hit me in the chest with a stone and took the fight out of me? I thought I would see the dead in Hades' house this very day after I had breathed forth my last. And Apollo, lord of bright distances, Courage, the son of Cronus, has sent me from Ida to help and stand by you. No one less than me, Phobos Apollo the Gold Sword, who has in the past saved both you and your steep citadel. Come now and rally your many charioteers to drive their horses against the hollow ships. I will go ahead and smooth all the ground for the chariots, and I will turn the Greek heroes. And he breathed strength into the man who tended Troy's army as a shepherd would his flock. Picture a horse that has eaten barley in its stall, breaking its halter and galloping across the plain, making for his accustomed swim in the river. A glorious animal, head held high, mane streaming like wind on his shoulders. Sure of his splendor, he prances by the horse, runs, and the mares in pasture. That was Hector, knees and feet like wind, as he rallied the chariots. He had heard the god's voice. And the Greeks? Hunters and hounds have been hot on the trail of an antlered stag on a mountain goat, but a sudden sheer rock or a tangled wood saves the animal which was not theirs to catch, and their shouting brings to a bearded lion into their path. Then the eager hunters turn back. Hordes of Greeks had been advancing relentlessly, carving their way forward with spears and shields, but when they saw Hector patrolling the ranks, they tensed up with fear and stopped in their tracks. Though as assessed the situation for them, this man son of Andromon, and by far the best of Aetolians, was not only good with javelin and sword, but very few Greeks of his generation could vie with him when the young men debated. Now he addressed the Greek command. Is this a miracle my eyes are seeing? Hector has risen from the dead. At least we all hoped he had died under Ajax's hands. One of the gods has delivered Hector again, and he's going to go doing what he's always done, cut the legs out from under many Danans, since he's not standing out there as a champion, contrary to the will of thundering Zeus. Now listen to what I say we should do. Let's have the troops fall back to the ships and have all our best take a stand there so we can hit him first and push him back with a phalanx of spears that should stop him from being so eager to get to our ships. They heard him out and did as he said. The leaders of this action were big Ajax and Amurnos, Tursar, Beornes, and Manicus. Collecting a few good men, they took up a position opposite Hector as the main troops fell back to the ships. The Trojans attacked in mass, Hector out front advancing with long strides, and before him Apollo, shining, his shoulders capped with cloud, the aegis he bore, and in his hands a shaggy electric glow. This is the craft of Hephaestus, given to Zeus for the routing of armies, but now Apollo bore it in his hands before the Trojan army. The tight knot of Greeks met them, and a shrill cry rose from each side. Arrows jumped from bowstrings, and spears hurled by bold hands either struck in young men fast, but not fast enough in battle, or stopped halfway before touching white skin and stood quivering in the ground, lusting for flesh. As long as Apollo held the aegis still, soldiers on both sides were hit and went down. But when he looked the Greeks full in the face and shook the aegis and yelled as only a god can, he shriveled their hearts and they lost their nerve. They became like cattle or a flock of sheep when a pair of wolves attacks them at midnight out of the darkness and no herdsman is near. These pathetic running Greeks, panicked by Apollo, so gave all the glory to the Trojans and Hector. The fighting was scattered man to man. Hector took out Stergius and Arceus. One was leader of the bronze-shirted Boeotians, the other a comrade of the hero Mentheuus. Aeneas' victims were Myrton and Asius. Myrton was a bastard son of Eleus and Ajax's brother, but he lived in Phares, far from his homeland, because he had killed a relative of Eurypylus. His stepmother from Eleus had married Eosus, an Athenian captain, was son of Sphelus. Mercurius Polydamas took out Mecisteus. Polites killed Arceus in the forefront of the fighting, and Clonus fell to brilliant Agenor. Paris got Delchus from behind, hitting him below the shoulder as he ran back through the front lines and driving the bronze home. While they were stripping the armor from these, the Greeks were crowding madly into the trench against the stakes, and by sheer pressure through the wall, Hector called the Trojans, making his voice carry. Forget the spoils and go for the ships. If I catch any man hanging back on this side, he's dead on the spot with no family funeral. Dogs will tear his body apart before the city. He brought the whip down on his horses' backs and called to the Trojans along the ranks. They answered his shout and held their horses even with his. The noise was deafening before their rolling chariots. Phobos Apollo danced on the banks of the trench and pushed the earth into the cavity, making for them a causeway as wide as a field for the javelin throw. They poured over it, rank after rank, Apollo leading the way with the priceless Argis and casting down the Archean wall with ease. A child playing on the seashore will build the sand into fantastic shapes, then gleefully knock them down with his feet. Yes, Apollo, all that Archean toil went down like sand, and you made them run all the way back to their ships. Stopped by the line of vessels, they cried out to each other, but mostly to the gods, lifting their hands, each man praying, and Nestor of Gerenia praying the hardest, hands outstretched to the starry sky. Father Zeus, if every man of us burned to thee in wheat-bearing articles, fat thigh bones of bulls and of rams, and prayed to return, and thou didst promise and nod thy head, remember it now and deliver us, O God of Olympus, from the day of doom, nor allow the Achaeans thus to be vanquished by the men of Troy. Zeus heard the old man's prayer, and the sky pealed with thunder. But when the Trojans heard the rumbling overhead, they redoubled their efforts against the Greeks. Far out at sea, a huge wave washes over the gunwales of a ship driven by a gale, and the wind is whipping the waves even higher. The Trojans shrieked as they rushed over the wall, driving their chariots into the Greek camp to fight at the ship's sterns with bladed spears. They from their cars, the Greeks from their decks of the tarred ships to which they had climbed, and from which they fought with the long naval pikes they had on board for battles at sea, huge jointed poles armed with bronze tips, and Patroclus, all during the fight for the wall which took place some distance from the beach ships, sat in the hut of Eurypylus, his wounded host, cheering him up with small talk and rubbing ointments onto his ugly wound to ease his dark pangs. But when he saw the Trojans rushing into the wall and the Greeks beating a noisy retreat, he groaned and slapped his thighs with his hands, saying, Eurypylus, I know you're hurting, but I can't stay with you here any longer. A big fight is brewing. Have your man take care of you. I'm off to see Achilles to try to talk him into fighting. God willing, I may be able to persuade him. Persuasion works when it comes from a friend. As Patroclus ran off, the Greeks withstood the Trojan onslaught, but could not push them back from the ships even with their superior numbers, nor could the Trojans break their resistance and get into the middle of the ships and huts. The battle was stretched as taut as a carpenter's cord, snapped into a beam to mark a straight line. So even was the tension along the ships, though at each ship there were different engagements. Hector had made straight for Ajax. Ajax stood as if scissored out of the sky, a black ship, and he and Hector now fought for that ship. Hector trying to push him back and burn it, Ajax holding him off. Neither could do much about the other, so Ajax cast and hit Caltor, son of Cleiteus, who was bringing up fire. He fell heavily, the torch dropping from his hand. He was Hector's cousin, and when Hector saw him go down in the sand before the ship, he called to the Trojans and the Latigians, "Stand your ground and fight for Cleiteus' son. Don't let the Greeks strip him of his armor just because he's fallen by the ships." As he spoke, his spear flashed toward Ajax, missing him but hitting like Gorphron, master's son, and one of Ajax's lieutenants who lived with him because he had killed a man in the sacred Satera. Hector's spear caught him above the ear as he stood near Ajax, and he fell backward from the ship's stern. He was dead when he hit the ground. Ajax stiffened, and he said to his brother, "Teucer, we've lost a true friend, like Ophron, whom we honored as we did our parents when he came from Cythera to live with us. Hector killed him. Where are your arrows and the bow that Phoebus Apollo gave you?" Teucer lost no time in coming up to him with his strong bow and quiver of arrows, shooting rapid fire at the Trojans. He hit Cleiteus, who was the son of Pesnor and Polydamas' friend, as he drove, busy with the reins, into the thick of battle, rendering service to Hector and the Trojans, none of whom could help him now. The arrow whizzed into his neck from behind, and he fell from the chariot. The horses swerved, rattling the empty car. Polydamas saw it all and got to the horses first, handing them over to the Astelnius, son of Proetion, with strict orders to hold them close and keep an eye on them. Polydamas then returned to the front. Teucer drew out another arrow, this one for Hector, and it would have stopped that hero from fighting by the ships if it had only hit him and taken his life. But Zeus, who protected Hector, was watching closely and robbed Teucer of his glory, breaking his twisted bowstring. Just as he was drawing it against Hector, the bronze-armed arrow was shunted aside, and the bow dropped from his hand. Teucer shuddered, and he said to his brother, "Damn, so much for our battle plans. Some god is cutting them pretty short, knocking the bow from my hands and snapping the new string I tied on this morning so it would hold up to repeated rounds." Telamonian Ajax answered, "That's too bad, but leave your bow and stash of arrows here, since a god has tampered with them and begrudged us their use." Picking up a spear, "Get a shield on your shoulders and battle the Trojans that way. They may beat us, but they're not going to take our ships without a fight. Let's keep our minds on what we have to do." So Teucer laid his bow up in his hut. He put a four-ply shield around his shoulders, and on his mighty head a helmet crafted with a horsehair plume that nodded grimly. And he took a stout spear tipped with bronze and ran to take his place at Ajax's side. When Hector saw Teucer's arrows fail, he called to his men and made his voice carry, "Trojan, Latigan, and Dardanian soldiers, remember to be the warriors that you are in this fight for the ships. My eyes have seen the shafts of one of their best blessed by Zeus. It is easy to see whom Zeus protects, to whom he gives glory and grants the victory, and whom he lays low and will not protect. even as now he lays low the Argives and gives his protection to us. So close your ranks and fight along the ships, and if any of you is hit and dies, then so be it. Death in defense of your homeland is no dishonor. Your wife is safe and your children's future, your house and estate are inviolate if the Greeks sail off to their own native land. With these words he raised their spears, and Ajax did the same for the Greeks. Shame on you, Argives, it's do or die now. If Hector takes the ships, do you think we'll all be walking home? Didn't you hear him screaming at his men to burn our fleet? He's not inviting them to a dance, you know. Our only strategy is this, to take them on hand to hand, our muscle against theirs. Better to get it over with, live or die, than be strung out here along with the ships, pecked to death by inferior men. This bolstered their spirits, and the killing began. Hector took out a Phocian commander named Sergius Parmenides' son, and Ajax killed Laodamus, an infantry captain and son of Antenor. Polydamas laid low Oris of Cyrene, a comrade of Mergus, the Albian commander. Mergus saw this and jumped at him, but Polydamas ducked and Mergus missed. Apollo would not allow Polydamas to be killed in the front lines, but Mergus did kill Chrosmus with a thrust to the chest. Chrosmus fell heavily, and as Mergus got busy stripping his armor, Dolops, who knew what to do with his spear, rushed at him. This man was the grandson of Leomerdon, the son of Lampus, his bravest son and a furious fighter. His spear ground through Mergus' shield from close range, but the corselet saved him. The intricate plated corselet he wore, his father Phylos had brought it home from Ephrae on the river, Celius having received it from Lord Ephertes, a guest friend to protect him in war. It now saved his son's life. Mantius thrust back and got a spear into Dolop's bronze helmet, shearing the horsehair plume from its socket. The whole plume, bright with its fresh scarlet dye, fell in the dust. Mantius continued fighting. He still confident opponent until Menelaus came up to help him, unnoticed by Dolops standing slightly behind him. Menelaus heaved his spear through Dolop's shoulder, and the spear, with an eager life of its own, punctured his sternum. Dolops fell on his face, and his two antagonists moved to strip him, but Hector called to his many kinsmen, beginning with Melanippus, Hasartor's son. This man used to pasture his shambling cattle off in Percorte when there was no enemy near. But when the curved prows of the Danans appeared, he moved back to Ilion, a distinguished Trojan, and lived in the house of Priam, who treated him as a son of his own. Hector prodded him now. But a lot of people, so are we going to slack off like this? Don't you have any feeling of your dead kinsmen? Look at how they are handling Dolops' armor. Come on, we can no longer fight the Greeks from long range. Either we kill them or they take Ilion's heights and murder our people. Melanthius went with him, moving like a god, and Telamonian Ajax urged on the Greeks. Be men, my friends, and show some shame. You should feel shame before each other in battle. More men with shame are saved than are slain. There's no glory or power in shameless flight. They were already eager to ward off the enemy, but they took his words to heart and fenced in the ships with a hedge of bronze against which Zeus urged on the Trojans. Then Menelaus, good at the war cry, shouted to Antilochus, Antilochus, there is none of us younger, faster, or braver than you in battle. Get moving and take some Trojans out. Menelaus mounted back into the ranks when he had said this, but he inspired Antilochus, who jumped out into no man's land. With a quick look around, he hurled his spear. The Trojans recoiled from the flare it made, but the throw was not wasted. It hit Melanippus, Hergarthon's high-hearted son, right in the chest beside his nipple. As he came into battle, he fell heavily, and the light left his eyes. Antilochus was all over him. A dog goes after a wounded fawn, a hunter hits with unerring aim as it jumps from its lair. That was how Antilochus leapt at you, Menelaus, to strip off your armor. But Hector saw him and came running over to meet him in battle, and Antilochus, for all his speed as a combatant, fled. A marauding animal that has killed a hound or a drover beside his herd will sometimes flee even before the crowd of men is gathered. As Nestor's son Antilochus was running, Hector and the Trojans showered him with a winning barrage of missiles. He didn't turn and stand until he reached his own lines. It was then that the Trojans, like lions who have tasted raw meat, charged the ships and completed this part of Zeus' design. He steadily turned up the Trojans' intensity and softened the Greeks' resolve to win. Hector would win all the glory, for now Priam's son would burn the beaked ships with fire from heaven, and so fulfill the last syllable of Thetis' prayer. It was for this that Zeus waited the glare from a burning ship. From then on he would will the Trojans back from the ships and shift the glory to the Greeks. With this intent he roused Hector against the hollow ships, and Hector needed no urging. Hector raged like the war god, the spear wielder, fire that consumes the wooded mountainside, foam flecking his mouth, eyes burning under fierce brows, and the helmet encasing his face, a sinister glitter as Hector fought, as Zeus himself shed a cone of light from the aether around the solitary warrior, but only for this brief moment. Pallas Athena was hastening his doom under Achilles' hands. Yes, Hector was eager, but for all his efforts probing the Greek lines where he saw the greatest concentration of fine weapons, he could not break their ranks. They were as solid as a wall, or an iron cliff that drops sheer into the gray sea and withstands whistling winds and swollen waves that break against its rock's face. The Greeks were not going to budge, so Hector, with a nimbus of fire about him, leapt high and fell upon their bulk. Waves driven by wind sometimes reach tsunami proportions when one breaks over a ship. The entire vessel is hidden by foam, and the wind roars like devils in the sail. The crew shudders, and their hearts turn to ice. So narrow is their passage out of death. So too the Greeks under Hector's charge. A maleficent lion charges a herd of cows grazing in the bottom land of a great marsh. There is no counting how many, and with them is only a single herdsman, inexperienced at contesting a heifer's carcass with the wild beast. The herdsman walks at the front or rear, but the lion attacks in the middle and is soon feeding on its kill. The others stampede off. It was marvelous to see the Greeks scattering before Hector and Father Zeus, even though Hector killed only one man, Periphetes of Mycenae, the son of that Corpheus who used to shuttle messages from Eurystheus to Heracles. His son was better in every way, whether it came to running or fighting, and he had one of the best minds in Mycenae. Now he wielded the glory to Hector. As he turned, he tripped on the rim of his own shield, a Mycenaean style that went down to his feet and protected him from spears, but not from himself. As he stumbled and fell backward, his helmet ringing like a gong in his astonished ears, Hector was quick to take advantage, putting his spear into his chest before his watching comrades were able to react. They grieved for their friend, but were too afraid of shining Hector to help him. The Greek regrouped within the ship's perimeter, but the Trojans kept coming. The outermost ships were conceded, but the Greeks did take a stand by their huts. They were masked now, too afraid to spread out through the camp, and they kept calling back and forth to each other. Nestor of Garenia, the old general, implored them all in the name of their parents. Fight like men that you are, my friends, and feel some shame before the men around you. Remember your children, your wives, your possessions, and your parents, whether they are dead or alive. For the sake of those who are not here, I beseech you to stand and firm and fight and not retreat. This helped, but Athena helped them more, pushing aside the wondrous cloud of mist from their eyes. Light flooded in from both sides, from the ships behind and the battlefield in front. They could all see Hector now and his men, the entire Greek army from the idol in the rear to the champions in front could see the enemy. Ajax decided it was time to make his move. Separating himself from the rest of the Greeks, he boarded a ship and strode along its deck, wielding a long pike made for naval warfare, some 40 feet in length, jointed with iron rings, and then, as skillfully as a stunt rider jumps from horse to horse as his chariot, drawn by a team of hand-picked thoroughbreds, speeds from plain to city down a highway lined with spectators who cheer him on. Ajax leapt from ship to ship, and his voice, like a sharp wave from the wide blue sky, admonished the Greeks to defend their ships and the huts clutched beneath them. Hector reacted quickly, a streak of bronze armor flashing out from the general sea of bronze, like a golden eagle dive bombing down to a river bank where a flock of wild geese or cranes or long-necked swans are feeding. Hector made like that for a dark, proud ship, and the great hand reached down from Ida and pushed them on, and his army with him. The fighting began again beside the ships, so keenly you would have thought the troops on both sides were fresh and had just entered the battle. Their minds were different, though. The Greeks fought as if they would never get out of this battle alive, while every Trojan heart beat with the hope of burning the ships and killing Greek heroes. Such were their thoughts as they faced off in battle. Hector laid hold of the stern of a ship, a beautiful vessel, and that of brought by Prostelius over to Troy, but would not bring him back home. It was about this ship that the Greeks and Trojans fought in close combat. Instead of withstanding assaults from arrows and javelins in flight, they fought toe to toe here of one heart in battle, hacking at each other with axes and hatchets, enormous swords and double-edged spears. Many fine blades with black leather ferrules fell to the ground, some from the hands, others from the shoulders of men as they fought. The earth flowed back with their blood. Hector, once he had grasped the horn of the ship's stern, would not let go, and he called to the Trojans. Fire, bring fire, and raise the war cry all together. Zeus has given us this day as payment for everything to seize the ships that came here against the gods' will and have brought us in this trouble because of the cowardice of our elders, who, when I wanted to bring the fight here, kept me back and withheld the army. But if Zeus clouded our minds then, there is no doubt he is urging us on now. At this, the Trojans intensified their attack. Ajax, battered by everything they could throw and sensing death if he stayed where he was, inched back along the 7-foot cross plank he had been standing on and jumped from the deck. He took up a position guarding the ship, his spear point menacing any Trojan who tried to bring up fire, and his voice kept booming out alarms to his compatriots. Soldiers of Greece, be men, my friends. We have to dig it on defense now. Do you think we have allies to back us up, or some stronger wall that will protect us? There's no fortified city behind us now, with reinforcements there to turn the tide. We're out here on the plain of Troy with the sea at our backs, far from home, surrounded by armed men. If there's a way out, it's in our own hands, not in slacking off. And as Ajax spoke, his spear carved holes in the various Trojans who thought they had might please Hector by bringing fire to the ship. He mangled a good dozen at close range like this. Reading from the Iliad by Homer. This one is translated by Stanley Lombardo. And currently we've come up to book 16, chapter 16, out of out of 24. Oh, what's up, Ellie Boop? Thank you for appreciating the aesthetics. Welcome. In any regard. The aesthetics. So, as a shaman, as an individual that has been upon the spiritual journey, at a certain point, and I enjoy the way that I'm personally dressed. I feel like grandma's got me dressed up, like the knitted clothing and things of that sort. I feel a little bit in that kind of a stage of life. Anyways, and really, that's what it's all about: is feeling comfortable. A lot of times, most of the time, people get nice and dressed up to lead you on to something that you're actually not interested in. I love that movie. Big, great movie. Great movie. Hell yeah, Khalif. This is my shamanic path. This is my shamanic journey, and these are my comfortable clothes and attire. And I didn't get super dressed up today. I got a little dressed up today, but for the majority portion, I got a bunch of bracelets on here, and a bunch of bracelets on here. Like they don't come off. These are tied on. They don't come off. It's. I'm really kind of going back to my younger self and somebody asking why I'm dressed up like this. And most people don't even put up pictures of their friends or family on the wall. And everybody that I've ever interacted with, community wise, tribally, as no matter what, I've pulled away, I've grabbed something that I appreciated, something that I valued, a way of their culture that I chose to make a part of my daily life because I value those aspects. And I want to remember my brother and my sister. I want to love my neighbor, and how better to love them but to carry on something that is good and something they taught me and something that's a part of their community. And so thus my life is and has gathered, and I'm dressed up for life, bro. Like, every day's Halloween for me. Every day's Mother's Day. My mother's passed on, but I honor my mother. Honor mothers. Honor mother. Every day of my life. I dress up for Halloween every day of my life. I share the cheery, happy merriness every day of my life. Whether I cry that day or not, whether I got sorrow in my chest or not, I'm going to bring up some Christmas every day of my life. And at the end of that day, especially at least, if not during and throughout the day, every day is going to be Thanksgiving. I might not have a huge meal, and might not get the big old this or the big old that, but I'm going to be thankful for my community, for history, for my ancestors, for my neighbors. I'm going to be thankful. So for me, I celebrate no less than 4 holidays every day of my life. That's why I'm dressed this way. And um, it's also a okay. It's actually a decent question. Um, I am dressed like this because this is my armor. This is my armor in life, in going into public, and a true for myself and seeing how much it is. Shoot, I'm gonna live in my armor. If I take it off, it's to take a shower, and that stuff's going right back on. Now my armor is both defensive and offensive. What do I mean? How do I mean that my clothing and my appearance is my armor? Okay, a bully is going to come pick on somebody who they understand, somebody that they know that they win the fight with, because a bully only has brute strength and one tactic, and that tactic is dominance. So when somebody of that particular mentality looks at me, when a stranger sees me, even though they may very well have that attacker bully heart mentality 100% of their life, when they see me, there is confusion. They don't know what they're coming up against. They have no clue. Is this dress up? Is this pretend? Is this serious? Is this real? Is this lifelong? What is going on here? The bully and the attacker, the individual who's going to give all those negative experiences of life, they're going to stand very far away from me. And whether it be words on a screen that they're going to type or thoughts in their head that's going to brew as they stare at me across the street, they're not going to come up to me in person ever, because the spirits that I roll with and their own spirit, ooh, their own spirit's like, yeah, I'm not, no, no thanks. I see what that is. The human consciousness may not understand, but the spirit inside gets all of this. So, those kind of individuals ultimately stay away from me. Ultimately. And those who have love in their heart, and those who are cool, and those who are curious, and they're actually innocent, they're going to look at me from across the street, and they're going to cross the street, and they're going to come run chase me down, and they're going to be like, bro, what's up? What you dress up for? What you doing? Are we going to get to talking? And we're gonna be laughing. We're gonna give each other nice all boom boom pam pam hug, whatever the case, and we just gonna be like we found lost family. Like that off the rip. So my clothing serves a multitude of ways as any tribal person, any tribe knows. They know that life in this world is not a safe, rosy garden to be bouncing around in looking like prey on me, innocent little bait. Look all sweet and pretty and fancified, and all somebody gonna do is come use you like the trash they see you as. But they see me, and their brain is confused along with their heart. So, armor. Confusion is a powerful tool in the hands of a sane person. Whoa. Love you, Jesse. Love you, Jesse. It's on point. So you talked about energy, which is fitting because Grandma is a spirit now. Truly, truly, absolutely. Well, we have, let's see here. Hernandez. What, uh, what can I mention, or what kind of advice do you need? I don't follow religion, but I do utilize different aspects that religion observes and ritual processes that that they have um, for truly allowing all of those activities to be like tools. The religion is more like the portion I don't care for, being stuck as one, more open to learn from many. And as a musician, I may say, ooh, that looks really nice. That's going to sound great in the band. That's going to be a good addition. So as I pray for a better future for mankind, that's what I'm always looking for. It's not to follow a religion, but it's continuing to create as much positivity in the world as possible. That frequency has a powerful effect on those around us. That would be Hathor. I mean, directly behind me. Oh, what's her name? Directly behind me, it wouldn't. She would be Ramsey's wife, man. Um, anyways, but the one in the image that you don't really kind of see, because she's like over there. She's mostly covered up, but she's at the primary at the altar that's Hathor. Mm-hmm. Thank you. Thank you, Baron. Yes. Never, TD. Thank you. Yeah. Hernandez, if you want to send me an email specifically, feel free to send me an email at cetchra@yahoo.com. That's Cetra, Setchra @yahoo.com. Be happy to assist you there. Otherwise, card that I pull up is the Chariot of Ascension, spiritual work of the higher initiate. So on that account alone, I would say that the things that you're experiencing in life, you have pursued a particular course in life, and at this time, divine protection is important. The Merkaba is, if you can imagine a triangle and another triangle, one pointing up and one pointing down, but they're like 3D, and so they're interlocked. One connects to heaven. There we go. The Chariot of Ascension allows for spiritual work of the higher initiate. The situations going through in life truly do allow for the opening of a higher conscious awareness, and that requires, let me read that book. It requires dedication and the focus of your intention. I was mentioning earlier today, at the beginning of today, to be the cause and not the effect. Most times we react to life's events and we're stuck in the moment or in the event of something happening, so we can't exactly change the circumstances of what we're in. We can't exactly adjust that course. So what I've learned is to learn every single detail of what I'm going through. Because whether I come out on top or I hit the ground, either way, I'm going to take notes so that the next time this event happens to me in my life, I might not ever be around that same person, and I might not go through the exact same event for event, but those circumstances, that kind of thing, it comes back around. So the next time it happens to me in my life, I would have taken some notes, I would have done some thinking, and now I have a plan so that next time that happens to me in my life, I can go around, I can jump over, I cannot be stuck in the poor results or the difficult situation that I currently am or have been in the past. And at least on that level of things and that mindset, one can start to focus on the positive aspects in life and truly be able to find your way to success into whatever direction that is. Though, thank you for everybody that has joined in. I have technically gone over 46 minutes, so I'm gonna go ahead and jump off and say Donna De Guai. Till we see you next time, much love and many blessings.